Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can hear us okay. We are here. I'm here with Tim Kilroy and Valentin Radu. We are very excited to host today's AI Commerce Summit. This is the first of its type, and we hope we will get to more editions to teach more people about AI in e-commerce. We are very happy to have you here. A short intro about this event and how basically we came up with it. Around LinkedIn, around our clients, around the internet, you see a lot of things around AI. And we think that just now people are starting to use AI more, I would say, in a smarter way than before. Up until now, everyone was kind of talking around AI, like what it can do, what it can be used for, and now we're starting to see some actual results. And this event is meant to help brands and e-commerce managers, marketing managers learn a little bit more of how other people already use AI, what new tools are on the market, and basically create a little bit more awareness about what we can do with AI. I would say a very interesting fact about us at OmniConvert is that we actually implemented a lot of AI in our tools, and I would say, are a AI forward company. We even have a Slack channel called AI Innovations where we post new things that we see with AI, which is pretty fun when even developers share things for us e-commerce people to see. That's a little bit about the event. We will have three main panels. One of them is AI in CRO, AI in acquisition, and AI in retention. And we have three more talks. One of them will be powered by Nostal, who will showcase their personalization tool and show us some case studies around what the clients can do with it. And also a talk about how management teams can help and guide their teams to use more AI, and also a talk about a little bit of neuroscience in AI. Valentin, Tim, would you like to add anything right now?
Just to say hello to everyone. You've said that we are excited, but I don't know about you, but Tim was actually concerned. I don't know why at the beginning. But anyways, guys, I'm really excited to be here. Tim, over to you if you want to intro or to promote a bit your panel, because you're going to be later than I will. And I will present the conversion rate optimization panel in just a few minutes, while Tim is going to...
Well, I'm going to be talking about customer acquisition in e-commerce using AI, and it's cuckoo. I mean, so we've been through so many crazy changes in e-commerce. I mean, first e-commerce was going to kill retail stores. That didn't happen. And then Shopify was going to kill everything else, and then that didn't happen. But AI feels different, and the reason why it's different is because it is a fundamental rethink of how we aggregate and share information, which is extraordinary. And I think we are just I'm the only American here, so I'm going to talk in baseball for just a second. So like we're still in like the warm up of the game. The pitcher is just throwing their starting pitches because the game hasn't even started yet, and we have already seen some extraordinary changes. Some of the things we're going to be talking about in the panel later today. One of our panelists actually has an AI that allows you to talk to all of your commerce data at once from every channel. And so you can dig deep and find out stuff that you could not get any other way. Or we've got someone else who's thinking about how to leverage actual audience behavior to augment what the black boxes inside of ad platforms are using. And so it's just the most exciting and maybe treacherous time ever, but it is super exciting.
I totally agree. For me, a very fun comparison was so I feel like for us AI right now is how for our parents generations was Excel, or maybe my parents because I'm young. But like when Excel came in and the sheets and everything, and people were like, "Oh no, they're gonna take our jobs. We cannot do accounting anymore. Accounting on paper is the best." And then look at them how they use Excel sheets with such ease, let's say. So I feel like AI is our generation's Excel.
Yeah,
But in a way, it kind of is. It is opening up a brand new way of thinking about work.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, if you want, Valentin, you can start your panel.
yeah. So I'm going to just kick you out, and I will do just that, Alexia, as a matter of fact. So you're going to see Alexia and Tim after they vanish, after the next panel. And in the next panel, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome Johan, to welcome Steen, to welcome Adam, and that's it. That's the four musketeers, which are going to speak about AI. Gents, why don't you say a few things about each one of you, and let's do it alphabetically so that we're going to have Adam being the first to introduce yourself. We know each other for some years. I mean, with all of you guys, but who's counting, because we're aging. And yeah, Adam, over to you.
Thanks. Well, hopefully AI might be able to help us unage in some way, but I very much doubt that. But look, as you said, I've known for a long time now. My name's Adam Pearce. I run a Shopify CRO agency in the UK, and really, sort of bought in many years ago to Valentin's philosophy around CRO, and great to be here. We as an agency, I guess, are navigating AI as our clients are at the moment. And obviously today, what I want to do is give you the perspective from both the agency and the brand or merchant side as well.
Super. Then, Johan, over to you.
I think we're going around age, it looks like. I am. I've been my agency, AWA Digital, also specialist CRO agency, been doing this for 15 years. The agency's been going for 15 years. Seen it change a lot in that time, CRO, and of course now, as Tim has already said, if you allow me a quick indulgence, I came out of university just as the internet became a thing. So people were just starting to get dial-up in their homes. And I remember the headlines in serious publications, calling it a fad, calling it hype. And right now, it's deja vu. I'm seeing that all over again. And I remember those days in the 90s. And I remember thinking, this is going to change the world. We have no idea what it's going to look like in 10 years, but it's going to be very different. And I think that's where we are with AI. To Tim's point earlier, I think there are right now tectonic shifts happening under our feet. And in 2 years from now, we'll look back and we'll be able to see them. And right now it's easy to miss, but that's, I guess, what we're talking about today.
Yeah, that's for sure. Steen?
Yeah. So like Johan said, I've probably been in the game, if I look at the lack of hair and the color of my beard, or I've just been stressed out for a long time. I'm 19 years old. I don't know how. No, just kidding. So I started an agency back in 2005, and one of the things we specialized in back then was actually conversion rate optimization. So going back a long time, and I remember at the previous agency I co-founded, before that, I read the first white paper from Brian Eisenberg where the term conversion rate optimization I came across that's the first time. So before he wrote any books, and it was like, hey, that's what we're doing. So it's seeing some of the massive shifts that's going on, and have seen them over the years. And I think maybe it's time for AI, because when I look at how easy it was back in the days when it was like a conversion rate based on everybody on the website, and then you optimize something based on that, how many factors are coming into play now. Now we need a super intelligent little brother to help us handle all the activities that's going on if we want to make sure that everybody gets full value out of it.
Super. So before we start, we are starting. This is going to be a conversation. We have a few questions that we want to unveil. As Johan stated, we don't know earlier before we got live. We don't know where we are going to end up, but I guess that's something like a principle in life. So the first question that I want to address all of you is, how do you feel? How do you think? How have you seen that the AI is redefining the boundaries of traditional conversion rate optimization? So are we optimizing the pages? Are we predicting the intent before the customers even land? Or are we preparing for the next, let's say, thing, which is not going to be a website maybe anymore in the future? So who wants to be the first to take this?
I can be the asshole that says, well, Valentin, it's everything. It's all of the above, right? Because technically it's really about considering aligning the different components. And so I guess the horrible answer is saying it's all of the above and more. It's also the stuff that hasn't been invented yet, and the stuff that Johan has invented but hasn't told us about yet, and all the other stuff that's just around the corner that everybody's working on, including yourself. You probably have something up your sleeve that you haven't told us about yet.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's the complication, right? So I think that the most overrated promise of AI and Crow right now would be that what you see is what you get. And this is just the beginning. This is kind of like I think it was Johan who just said it when we were in the other room, saying this is as bad as it gets. It's never going to get any worse than it is right now, but it's certainly not finished. So,
I mean, I'd say on this point, I think, look, in terms of AI redefine the boundaries of CRO, I think one of the things, that I've always spoken to you about, Valentin, in our conversations is the understanding, interpretation, and definition of what CRO is. That has always, for me, been very woolly. And obviously, look, I haven't been in this game as long as you guys have, but I think it'd be interesting to see your perspective on that, because I think brands, agencies, tech providers, the term CRO we get banded around many, many times. What does that mean to different people differs. And I think obviously then what comes with that is that we're now adding in this extra level of complexity with AI to improve what we do. But does it actually help CRO and actually the practicalities of what CRO is for, putting more cash in the bank for the longer term? I'm not so sure at the moment. I'm really at that point where I'm, the conversations I have, there is some great stuff happening, but I think it is causing a lot of confusion between, particularly with people that own businesses who are maybe looking at CRO again and saying, well, what does it mean anymore? Like, what do we need to do? What is important from a CRO AI perspective? So yeah, I wonder what you guys think about that.
Yeah, I agree with you, Adam, and I think that's actually a crucial point, because there's definition of CRO, what it means to different people. I think that's always been problematic in a sense, and AI in a sense makes it worse. It kind of exacerbates that. I mean, a lot of what I see on Twitter, especially on X, if you will, parading as CRO is not CRO. I don't recognize it. It's being thrown around as CRO, but it's not. And so, it's like moving shit around the page, working from a menu of listicles, that sort of sentiment. Now, if that's your definition of CRO, then AI will help you a lot in the wrong direction. So you can, and I've seen demos of several tools that promise to do CRO for you. And you look at what it does, you give it the URL, and it looks at listicles of, the 10 things you should be testing, and it basically acts on that. Now, to me, that's wasting money and, running out of steam, and, it's not even close. It's the antithesis, if you will, to CRO, but that's not a problem that AI introduced. It's been there for a long time.
It's just accelerating it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Valentin, just quickly, your question on the boundaries. I think that the boundaries that I do see being redefined is roles. So roles within CRO, roles across the board, but let's talk about CRO. So I talk internally to my team about the full stack team member. You know, traditionally we used to talk about the T-shaped marketer, where you've got that broad exposure to various skills, adjacent disciplines, and then you've got your one leg, you know, the one strength, your specialism. And I think that top bar of the T, that's becoming a lot more defined, and you're expected to be able to do more of the end-to-end, whereas previously you may have had your little niche, your little well-defined role. I think that's being broken down, and I see that around me, and I think AI enables that. There's a lot of dangers there, but I see that happening.
But I see that as well, Johan, in the sense that you can say that. So one thing is that it becomes more well-defined, but at the same time, I see a lot of organizations then going in the direction saying, "Oh no, now we have AI, and then we can fire some people," right? so your T actually becomes everybody's T. So yeah, so you and the three guys that just got, so you both have to be the psychologist, the developer, and the and the interface designer, right? So it's like, okay, cool. So that's I guess that's even not even a double view. It's something else.
One aspect which I think is important to focus on and to address together is this how the expectations are now inflated in the upper management around, hey, we have AI now, why don't we fix the conversion rate? Like, why don't you switch that thing over there so that we are making more money, because AI can understand things, can do it automatically, and so on. And on the other hand, what I wanted to ask you is what's actually working. I mean, we have this process of experimentation, which should be based on data, based on research, based on evidence. You have to have hypotheses. You still have to come up with an MDE, like the minimum detectable effect, so that you can demonstrate that the experiment is working. And then you do the actual implementation, you check it, and then kudos or not, whatever. What's actually working, guys? Where are you applying AI in your lives right now? Whether it's around the data, whether it's around the experimentation itself, or analysis afterwards. Who wants to go first?
Yes.
I'll jump in, and I'm keen to hear what the other guys say. But I've been obsessed with this for before ChatGPT was launched. You know, we were playing with GPT-2, and if I look behind me, late nights and long weekends and every bit of free time that I had invested into this, it's this minefield of half-baked products and things that false starts, and there's most of what I tried to do didn't work, or sort of worked, almost worked. And if I put in another weekend, I could get it to work. There are, a few dozen very useful tools and very useful workflows that I've got that, I use regularly. And then some of it's quite simple, but most of it, the vast majority of it, and that's still true today, even where we are with the latest updates, most of it doesn't work. And I think that's, you've got to kind of figure out how to use this thing, because it's brand new and nobody really knows. I can add some more practical detail if necessary, but keen to hear from the other guys, and then I'll come.
So I think for us, I'm very much a data guy, right? So for me, it's really going to the data, and for us, one of the things where we've done was kind of trying to flip the thinking. It actually goes back to a long time ago when I started first talking to all these A/B test vendors. I was like, why the heck can't you make a software that when I run the test, instead of telling me which variation won, then you tell me what segments preferred each variation. And I think for us, that's kind of the thing we're going in, and then instead of using it saying this is not about if it's A or B, it's about saying what segments actually prefer each variation, and how much does that impact their behavior. And I would say this for us right now, this is very much a handheld area, because still it's something that we have to violate the data a little bit to make it confess, right? But when we have it, it's actually something where we can use it to do something that is simulated personalization. So saying, okay, so it's not, so our dream has always been taking this champagne glass and turn it into a shot glass, by giving the right combinations of A and B, because say if you have 60% of your users saying, yeah, this is the best version, then at the same time you have 40% saying this is not the best version, but you're throwing away the 40%. Instead of saying, okay, if I can give the 60% the one version and the 40% the other version, then I can actually start doing something where I actively use the data in optimizing everybody's path. But this is it's not something I would sell to anybody now. It's something I can entertain with, and I can show, and I can violate. Right.
All right, Adam, what's your take? Where are you actually?
I mean, for me, there's two ends of the scale here, and the grey area in the middle we forget about. I think the basic end of the scale, with that kind of, okay, the things that the e-commerce brand owners, particularly in my world, have struggled with over the years is, how do we actually provide relevant recommendations on site? What are the recommendations that we can make? There are a lot of very good now AI-backed tools that can do both, obviously, recommendations of products, but equally as well then personalizing the upsell products that are off the back of it. In my world, obviously, the key thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to get up that AOV to have an impact on the LTV in most cases. So that's, I think, one of the aspects that for me is working very well. I think the other side of it as well is, and I guess like Steen was mentioned there, is that level of going a bit deeper and trying to understand, but even more at a basic level. You know, one of the things that we did a while back is we said, well, look, one of the great things that we can do here is kind of do a very basic version of message mining where we are taking all of our maybe 10, 15,000 reviews, and are we then off the back of that pulling out then some of the key themes that we've got from it? Off the back of that then, what can we then do in terms of an A/B test perspective from a messaging point of view on that product page or wherever it might be? So I think it's those kind of like two ends of the scale where things are working very well. It's a bit scrappy, yeah, but in terms of being able to deliver something with an action, like Steve mentioned there, like that gives us what we need.
Love it. Yeah. Just to plug this in as well, we, as you might know, we've been crafting here at OmniConvert for the last 9 months this AI CRO benchmark. We are going to present the latest version, which was completely revamped in the last 4 months. But one aspect which was very useful was to apply the CRO principles into crafting this new product, which we've got a lot of feedback from the early users, which had to face the shitty first beta version. And one thing that stood out for us was, you know what, this is great, but what if we can process the actual feedback that any company can get through AI? And there's a lot of publicly available data, and that's how we've ended up actually building an entire, let's say, product offering around processing Trustpilot data, Google reviews data, identifying the main issues, comparing those issues with the competitors, because this is there. I mean, it's at your fingertips. You don't have to go for expensive McKinsey, whatever consultants to tell you what you should be testing out on your website, what you should be fixing out. Now the data is there. The problem is that it's not used. And for me, it was mind-blowing how many companies are not doing this. I mean, it's there. Why? I mean, you have hundreds or thousands of users telling you this is crap, fix it, and you ignore this. And what you do instead, well, you spend more money on ads to acquire more users to go on your website, which is still crappy, and you're not converting, and you scratch your head. And basically, it's mind-blowing for me how many companies are not doing this. So processing through NLP, the user feedback, the customer feedback is going to be default, hopefully, in the near future.
But I think you're right. But I also think it's the challenge is the mentality in the company saying that. I remember, and this is old data, but it's probably not gotten any better. There was this wonderful number that Adobe threw out that every time somebody spent $90 on marketing, they spent $10 on conversion rate optimization. So now they're spending $180 on marketing and $20 on conversion rate optimization. But the balance between the two channels are still the same, because they have to spend $180 on marketing now, because they have to buy all the marketing tools with AI as well.
Yeah. The beauty is that they shouldn't be that expensive. I mean, it's I just talked with our CTO yesterday. You know, we've been crawling the entire UK market. So we've got something like 10,000 websites, the top 10,000 websites, getting all their reviews so that we can compare, I don't know, within the fashion industry, which are the worst, which are the best, what topics are there. And it costs us something like 6 cents per 500 reviews which are being processed. So, and you don't have to process the millions of reviews. You could get the last month's reviews and you get the pulse of what's going on. So, and we are going to make this available for free for the entire market. So the costs are not gonna be that high to do this. You just need to. And I think that has to do with the acceleration of the AI, which is another question that I have for you, because the poor are going to be poorer and the rich are going to be richer. And that has a lot to do with the velocity of the decision-making system within companies. And I have this perception that CRO is not CRO, it's experimentation. And if you have this mindset of experimenting, you can experiment everywhere. And the next question is precisely about this. How can we leverage the AI and the experimentation mindset so that we can accelerate the business growth, getting off the website as a single channel to optimize? Who's taking this?
Yeah, so I think so what I see, and this is when I talk to customers, and this is kind of it's actually a sad trend, because it's something that's going on right now. I see the challenge that we have this, you mentioned Bezos earlier, right? And you have this issue in relations to one-way and two-way doors, where the two-way doors is you experiment and then you can change your mind and you can redo it, or you have the one-way door that is just you have to be ready before you make any decision. And I think the challenge right now in business is that I see more and more decisions are being taken like it's one-way doors. People are really slow in making decisions. They really have to be sure that and hopefully you guys will call me a damn liar and say your customers are much more progressive and they like gambling and they like doing experimentations. But the main idea is saying that the experimentation saying if we don't know the outcome, then we test it and then we move forward on that if it's something we can change. And very often, but even in those sense, people don't like to get egg on their face. Even So that's kind of end of brand.
So, you know, I wish I could say. Sorry, I was going to say I wish I could say that look, it was different in my world, but it's not. And I think this is why a lot of CRO programs can fail, because there's that frustration there about the ability to make quick decisions, and like you said, be prepared to fail. We actually worked with a pretty big brand in the UK here about 2 years ago. The reason that it failed is because it was generally taking between 3 to 4 weeks to get sign off on an A/B test. And the reason because of that is because it was going to committee through different levels of decision making. In a way, it was our fault because we actually didn't find the right type of client for a CRO program. Smaller, more agile, quick to make decisions, prepared, to make mistakes and learn things. But on the other hand, most of the people, I guess, that we're dealing with have come from that very structured. Okay, we have a marketing plan. We have to prove ROI in that marketing plan. But unfortunately, Kotler view of marketing is not really the way the world works anymore. But we need that catch up of the general population to go, look, actually, we do need to prepare to be able to test things quicker and actually prepared to be in make mistakes. And sorry, Johan, I cut you off there completely.
Well, I think the other perspective to add here is, and I can't remember what you said, Adam, there that brought me on this train of thought, is that I paradoxically found that AI doesn't actually make things faster always. In fact, it seldom does. I find that it's you get better quality and you get to be able to do more and go further than you were able to do before, but it's certainly not faster. And I think there's this spectrum where on the one side you've got speed and on the other side you've got quality. And AI on its own is on the speed side. So you can speed things up really dramatically by just throwing AI at it, but then it's at the cost of quality, certainly at this stage. And so the balance, that's first question. And the second question is, well, what is this? How do you improve the quality? And in my experience, certainly right now at this stage, things will be different in a week from now. It's human involvement. So for me, it's most definitely, and this has become a cliche, and I'm happy that it has, is it's not AI versus human, it is AI plus human. And then back to your question, Valentin, I think that for me really is the answer here. In whatever you're trying to do, is one, the expectation of AI. What can this really do? And then what context do you have to give it? Because I think your question was about stepping out of the traditional boundaries of CRO into, say, like offline optimization, or whatever you want to put in that adjacent bubble. Well, the AI doesn't have the answer. You have the answer, and in fact, your customers have the answer. So, I'm a big believer in what Steve Blank said, is the answer is not in the building. Get the hell out of the building. And that's shorthand for speak to your customers, whether you're doing it through text mining, or you're doing it through customer interviews, or the range of things in between, and then put that with your business knowledge that you have and your product knowledge, your domain knowledge, merge that with what the customers are telling you, and use the AI to kind of bat it around, and then you'll find the answer. But the AI does not have the answer.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. What it do, what it's a shortcut that a company that I've been working with has leveraged, was to come up with the insights from a CRO endeavor. So to understand that, hey, we have so much data to process, and thanks to this data, we can change our website. But they've flipped it around, and they realized we have all this knowledge which can be processed by a vector store, and we can make it available for our customer support. We can make it available for our new employees so that they can find out who we are. So that is like having the intelligence, and I think in the future is going to be a very important aspect to capture the intelligence of your best employees and all that they've, broadcasted, understood, talked with their peers and so on, and to feed the knowledge base about who you are, what products are you selling, and so on. Because there is an untapped potential over here. Processing the data is one thing, but having what kind of data and the relevancy of the data to be processed, it's another thing. And that's what I see happening in the future in terms of applying the experimentation principles in other parts of a company.
Valentin, may I jump in? I agree 100% with what you said, and I think that starts now. You're already behind if you haven't started, documenting that. What I see working with teams is there's a lot of the knowledge, the domain knowledge, product knowledge, or business knowledge is tacit. It's sort of, it's soaked up in your brain cells, but it's the kind of thing that you don't even think about yourself. It's just there. And it's not the kind of thing that you would think of writing down when somebody asked you to document what you know about the product. And so the way I see this coming out is when teams work with the AI and they instruct the AI, and then between the lines you realize, but that thing that they've said there, it's something that they previously would not even have thought about. It's so deep and implicit. And so I think that's the challenge. I think you can get very superficial level of intelligence sucked out of employees, but there's always, well, don't say always, we don't know what will happen in next week or next month. but right now that's why there is this need for the human to kind of guide it, because of the knowledge that can't be codified.
Definitely. I mean, I think for me as well, I think with AI, a good principle that I'm trying to think about is a lot of people talking about it as being kind of a completionist tool, in the sense of, look, you can replace one thing with the other. For me, I think you can do the first 10% of any task, and you can usually do the last 10% of it. That 80% in the middle needs that human touch. I just don't believe that you can do fully anything with AI at the moment. You need that interaction with it. And I think, the other thing, I think you make a great point there, Jan, as well. It's something that, we're trying to work on as well at the moment about, for example, if you have standard operating procedures, putting those into a custom GPT that can then be accessed. I think even on a brand level is that, look, you have brand guidelines, you have posts that have worked, posts that haven't worked, you have ads that work, ads have not worked. You can put all that information and data into a custom GPT and have that as a resource and telling the brand to go, right, this is a post, this is an ad that we're going to put out there based on the data that we've got previously. Is this probably going to work, yay or nay? Just simple stuff like that, again, it starts that process, doesn't it, within an organization. I think there's no good as trying to, as owners of companies, and it's something we're going through at the moment, throwing a load of resource and throwing a load of videos and information, go and check this out, guys. Well, actually, let's try and solve the smaller things we're dealing with, admin heavy, repetitive tasks, and then let's build up to that as we go through.
So one of the things that we're working on now, and this is kind of just the basic stuff, but one of the places where we can see it helps, because this has been a challenge often, has been on documentation in relation to tests. What is the scenario? Under what circumstances is this test run? So going in and kind of making sure that gets baselined. Problem with documentation, nobody reads it. So what we use it for is basically what we're not using it yet. This is the ambition, right? But actually using it to see, can we get some level of aggregated insights across the test by combining them in a language model? Is there actually, what are we missing because we're only seeing each test separately? Is there something, a bigger picture that can actually be added by combining it? And then I think the thing that I recommend to most, and most people ignore, where we can actually see there is a future for AI, retesting, actually running the same test again over time to make sure that the result is still valid. So it can be saying, okay, cool, we did a test 3 years ago saying that this structure was perfect. Okay, let's try and test that against, let's run that test again. Even though we changed, it was perfect. Okay, is it still perfect? Because this is something that nobody in Crow thinks is a sexy job. Hey, Bob, run that test again. We ran 3 years ago. It's like, get the fuck out of here, right? Because we all want to do the revolution and the new stuff, and very often it's well, it's like repetition is hell, so why not outsource it to AI?
I certainly agree with this thing. So one aspect that I wanted to touch is how can, or do you think that now, thanks to this flood of tools, of let's say ways to process the data, a data analyst or a data scientist is not going to be needed anymore? Or and if that's the case, how can e-commerce brands can leverage this type of tools and this AI wave without hiring internally a data science team or a data analytics team? And I think, Steen, this is your territory in particular, right? I mean, I'm actually asking you, will Steen have a job in the future for smaller e-commerce companies? That's in a nutshell.
Yeah. So so to be the devil in the room is also, yes, Steen will have a job, because we have the problem at the other end that is called data loss. That right now we're saying, hey man, I did an A/B test here, and 51% of the 51% of the 40% of the user I have consent from all agreed that this was the best variation. But what about, so yeah, but that's just still 25% of all your entire audience, right? So there will still be the need for nerds that can extrapolate this and kind of build it into a bigger content, unless we can find a way where we either do not have to be illegal and run A/B test across consent, so if people do not give consent, that we're testing them anyway, because yeah. So yes. But talking about the consented user, is that the main problem we see with them is that they actually have a different, the users who give consent are not representative for the users who do not give consent, which is a pain in the ass scientifically, because it means that we're skewered. So if we build a platform that called reCAPTCHA that goes in, this is a Google Analytics thing, but it goes in, and if people do not give consent, they get completely legally anonymized and made only to a high level statistic, but still to be able to what they see. And one of the main conclusions is that people who give consent are always lower in the funnel, because consent is a question of trust. So we're missing the people who do not want to get tracked are the people who are coming from marketing. So we get the people who are later in the process.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry to, and that is why Steen will always be needed.
Yeah. Any other thoughts before we focus a bit on the questions that we have on LinkedIn?
Just a quick one as a counterpoint to what Steen said. Perhaps I'm a little bit more on the hype side. I oscillate between feeling childishly excited about this and also shit scared, and it goes like this. I mean, things are moving so fast. So what you can do today wasn't possible a month ago, and you can say that every month for the last year. And if you go into, I mean, there's so many of these tools, but go into Google Colab, and at the top you've got a button that says Ask Gemini or something like that, and you give it your data set and you tell it in very basic language, without knowing the terms and the vocabulary, what analysis you'd like to do. It will do it for you, and it'll be decent enough. And I think that what Steen is referring to is quite right, is that, you know, having the domain knowledge and having that expertise, you can get more out of it, right? And you can catch it when it starts making errors, and it definitely does. But this is day one. You know, it will get better every day. And so I think that two things will happen. And I know I can't predict the future, but one, I think that there'll be fewer of the Steens around, and the Steens that stay around, and you can say that for Adam and Johan and Valentin and everyone.
Yeah.
Easy jobs will disappear. The easy or let me say tasks, task within a job, the stuff that you do, the easy things will all be outsourced to AI. And Steen will end up with the real challenges and the thinking and the
the leveraging
what
of
you
the
and I
data.
can't even. Yeah, exactly. And well, it shakes up everything, and I think the job market will look very different. There'll be new jobs, but I think a lot of our jobs will be gone. There's no question in my mind about it. I don't want it that way, and I must be clear about this, that the way I manage AI in my company and with my clients is, as I said earlier, it's human plus AI. I'm against the agenda that says let's use AI to cut costs, because I think it's the wrong kind of lens to look at it, and I think you'll suffer in the long run if you do that. But I think inevitably it is going to happen.
Yeah, and I agree. So luckily, Valentin only asked 5 years.
Yeah.
So in 25 years, I'll be a farmer. We all will.
All right. We have some questions, and I'm encouraging you, everyone that is live now with us, to ask questions, because we have a few more minutes left. So one question that comes from Vlad is, the small companies are being limited on the amount of experiments that they can do because of their lack of traffic. Can AI agents replace the randomness of real users?
I mean, I've seen. My instinct is to say no, but I think I'm wrong in dismissing it so quickly. I've seen some very interesting and encouraging studies where, with simulated users, A/B tests being run on simulated users. I think, again, it's day one. This for me is not really an AI question. It's a question of low traffic and what do you do on low traffic websites. And, the principles are there. And I think it's applying those same principles, perhaps using AI, but the principles remain the same. Don't know if you guys disagree with me, but that's what I would.
All right. We have another question from Dan. He's stating shopper behavior has changed and they have made new rules. They want everyday shopper feedback on the why to buy. How is AI going to empower shoppers to make better purchase decisions faster?
So one of the things we have seen, and this is we did a test for our customer in relation to using on-site behavior from micro signals to kind of be able to. We talked about segmentation earlier. So looking at your behavior on the site, what were you behaving and what? So looking at that and comparing it to the behavior of other users, then saying what was the information that you were actually looking for. So going in and serving signals that supported your decision process, knowing what you were looking for down the line. So even going into saying, okay, you were looking for the behavior you were having, and this is ideal, was showing you were looking for the delivery rates or delivery times, or it could be that you were looking for discount codes, or you were looking for things inside Excel, whatever, but actually being able to predict this from your behavior. So really giving you less options on the website, or giving you clearer options in relation to what we would, based on the behavior, estimate to be what we would supporting your journey the best. So but this goes into kind of, it's cross between predictive analytics and conversion rate optimization. It's kind of.
Yeah, got it. So one more question coming from Tim Lavender. He's asking how long before business hire VP and directors that plan how we will use AI. He's stating that he's not seeing many of those on the market right now. So what's your take on this?
I think that I'll be bold and I'll say, I think the benefit we have right now is kind of the conversation we had earlier, saying that there's a huge divide between what the technology can do and what people are willing to do in organizations. And there's a risk averseness. So if you go out and you find 100 companies, then you're lucky if you find one company that is going all in and investing on utilizing all the technologies. Most of the companies will be conservative, waiting what other people are doing, wanting to see what happens first. So I think that's what's the reason why we're not seeing this, because it's too bold. It's a one-man business that does this, and then instead of being the CEO of the one-man business, then you're the VP of AI integration.
I think it's the wrong approach. Yeah, I think it's the wrong approach. It's dangerous. What message does it send? If you're on a team, and I think the natural response right now is one of skepticism. What are you trying to do? You're trying to get AI to replace my job. And so what several research reports have said is that, and I find it with friends as well, that people are using this in secret. And I think the point I want to make is that this isn't something that's done top down, certainly not now. It's something that's done organically bottom up. The people on the front lines, the people at their desks doing the stuff that needs to be done in your organizations, they're the ones who are best placed to figure out how AI should be integrated and how to get the most out of it. And as soon as you try and force it on them top down, you're probably going to get the opposite of what you're hoping you would get.
Yeah. I think we've been having massive amounts of conversation where we're saying, seeing AI as a simple technology project is where it fails. It's a change management process first. It's about the
Yes.
people in the organization and not about the technology. So if we haven't had the hearts and minds of the people, then we can buy all the technology we want, but it's just going to be ignored and maybe even sabotaged and abused. But it's most likely never going to show any type of return.
Yeah, super. So the last question is coming from Marek. He's asking if we are ready for A/B testing for AI agents that represent humans. I mean, I'm ready. I don't know about you guys.
I don't think there will be buy-in from brands personally, because it's hard enough to get buy-in, a lot of the time from a perspective of real humans from A/B testing. I think there is still, I think, a perception out there of, look, the site isn't converting, the AOV is falling. What are we going to do? We're going to redesign the site, and that is still a massive mentality shift that we haven't got over yet. So for me, the thought of then doing A/B testing with AI bots, I mean, I think the skepticism around that is going to be even greater than it would be with testing with real living, breathing humans. Is my thought on that.
Let's assume for a moment we get there, and maybe we do. Again, we can't predict the future. Crazy shit happened in the last 20 years. So the fundamental law of one of the fundamental laws of the universe is shopping is done because people need stuff. And whether you are buying it yourself online, or whether you're buying it in a store, or whether you're getting a bot to buy it on your behalf, people buy things, or bots buy it on their behalf, because they're trying to get shit done in their lives. They're trying to solve a problem. They have, if you want to use the jargon, jobs to be done. And our job remains the same, which is to understand the jobs to be done. What are people trying to get done in their lives that brings them to your site, or that brings their bot to
Their
your site?
AI agents on the,
Exactly.
correct. Super. So, gents, it's been a pleasure, and I had an idea in not by an AI agent, but I think we should do this more often. I really enjoyed exchanging these ideas with actual humans, passionate by AI and CRO. Thanks, Steen. Thanks, Johan, and thanks, Adam, for being part of this maybe first edition of the AI in commerce. Any last famous thoughts from each of you, really quick?
I think just looping back and saying it's never going to be worse than it is today. This is just the one thing we have to say. Tomorrow is going to be better than it is today, but it's looking at the value that it needs to bring, and not just the technology. That's super fast, annoying. Okay.
AI for ideation, not completion.
Don't dismiss it. Use it. Use it. Break it. Try to do stuff. Fail. You don't want to be not using it today.
Super. So thanks everyone, and now we are going to have a really quick demo of one experiment that we decided to do. I'm going to get you off the camera and share my screen, hopefully, if I can do this. Yeah, all right. So 9 months ago, we've been looking at an experiment about how to improve the adoption of the CRO in the e-commerce landscape, and we've got this crazy idea. What if we could do an automated AI CRO audit, and if we could benchmark what's going on the websites without human intervention? And all in all, after a lot of great feedback, after a lot of insights from people which are experts in the CRO landscape, we've got to this thing, which is the CRO benchmark. It's actually a leaderboard. We've analyzed the thousands of websites, and then we've redid it, and we got to this particular thing. So basically, we are analyzing a lot of things on these websites You can sort them out. We're going to add way more companies in the future. So let's look at how this looks like. So we have the CRO basics, which is basically 127 different criteria which is taking into are being analyzed, right? So, and we can look at the ones which are failed, the ones that are critical, the ones which are high or of medium importance. We also have the accessibility. We have the data hygiene, which takes into account what can be checked on a website without having access to Google Analytics for now. It's also coming up with the page speed insights, like where you are and where you could be. It's coming up with A/B testing ideas, and drum rolls, this is the latest thing that we've been building, which is called Brandfill. I let you know a bit about it earlier. It's actually processing the reviews from Trustpilot and from Google, and it's then comparing this automatically with your competitors. So you can see where you stand against them, but where you also stand against different areas for improvement. Like we have here for this particular website, which is called N Summers. We can see that they have 99 mentions on the customer service. They have mentions on the customer support, where they've got 2.9. So in a nutshell, what I can find out is that I'm doing this website needs some improvement when it comes to customer support, and their product quality is kind of good. So these are all being processed automatically from a tool which is like a standalone tool called brandfill.ai. All of this data is completely free. You can download it as a PDF. You can run new audits, and then what you can also do is to look at particular aspects of your websites. You can see how you are doing throughout the time. You can select competitors' websites, and of course you can get this type of improvements to leverage these insights automatically on the things that are the most important for a website. So go to crobenchmark.com. For now, it's completely free. We still have seats available for the early adopters. All we are asking is for feedback, right? So help us to improve it, to make sure that this is the right thing, right? So we have this flag here to see that our agents are doing the right thing. So you can evaluate all of these aspects around these criteria which are being analyzed. That being said, I think I'm out of here because we're at time. So the next thing that we are going to do is we are going to focus on AI in acquisition, and I'm getting Alexia on the screen. Hopefully that I can see her, and I'm also going to stop sharing. So Alexia, over to you, sister, and thanks everyone for watching. We still have acquisition and we still have retention. So as they say at these famous TV stations, don't go anywhere.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Valentin, for the panel, and thank you for everyone that stayed in, that asked questions. I hope that this was an insightful session for you, and we will be having much more. So you just got a small taste of what we are preparing tonight. All right, well, the next panel would be AI in acquisition, and I will invite Tim Kilroy on stage to basically present the panel a little bit and invite the amazing speakers that we have.
Hey, how are you? We're going to talk about AI and acquisition. Before we get too far, I just want to give sort of an overview, because this feels like it feels so big, right? It feels like something is so monumental that's about to happen. I do want to sort of like temper your expectations, though, because I think the hype machine is running a little bit ahead of the actuality. That doesn't mean that the hype machine is not right. It's just early. So I think we all want to take a deep breath and like just get cool where we are, and know that we've got tools are emerging and concepts are emerging that are going to fundamentally change everything that we do as marketers. However, not yet. So I've got a great set of panelists coming up, but before we get to that, I'm just going to tell you a little bit about myself. My name's Tim. I've been doing digital marketing stuff since 1997, which is, Alexia, you were born then, right?
Which is 1 year before I got born.
Okay,
So,
all right. So that's
in that young.
Okay, so and I'm not old. So, anyways, so I've been doing this for a long time, and I've had a couple of agencies, worked with all sorts of brands like Nike and E-Trade and Home Depot and all that sort of stuff, and now I mostly coach agencies. But for marketers, I can help you either find an agency or tell you if your agency is doing the right thing by you. But right now, I would like to jump in and get my panelists here because they are awesome. All right, and how do I bring them in? I have no idea.
I'm gonna help you with that,
All right,
and I'm gonna fade out. Good luck.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
All right, cool. We're all here. So, with me today, I've got 3 fantastic speakers, people who are doing like cuckoo crazy stuff. First, I'd like to introduce Dale Bertrand from Fire and Spark. I've known Dale for a long time. We've worked together. He is, he could be the biggest SEO nerd that I have ever met. And I used to be an SEO nerd, so that's actually really high praise. And he's also one of the most dynamic thinkers about AI. He has been investing AI into his processes and his thinking for, I don't know, probably close to 2 years at this point. It's, you've done all sorts of incredible work. So I'd love for you to tell everybody a little bit about Fire and Spark, and then we'll introduce everybody else.
Yep. So I run Fire and Spark. We're an SEO agency. We're 25 people in Boston. We only do SEO, so we don't claim to be world-class at anything other than SEO. And my relevant background, I have a technical background, studied engineering undergrad, but I studied AI in grad school. So I've been watching AI for a while. And at my agency, we started implementing AI before ChatGPT. So it's been more than 3 years that we've been implementing it. And we focus on e-commerce and healthcare. So we've done a lot in the e-commerce space, for optimizing AI search platforms, but also using AI tools to do marketing.
All right. And by the way, Fire and Spark, super great agency. All right, next up, we've got Ahmed El Nagar, who from Go Audience, which is a YC-funded company that has just like totally exploded. And they do really nifty stuff in using AI to help you find the right audiences for advertising. It makes finding audiences across multiple platforms just like stupid easy. It's dumb how easy this is, and the audiences are really good. But I will let you tell everyone about that.
Thanks, Tim. Hey, everyone. My name is Ahmed, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Go Audience. We are a startup, but before that, I have been in the e-commerce twice, and I experienced firsthand the gap between when you place an ad and the actual conversion that happens on your website, that it's a complete black box, that no one knows about it, and brands just like they spend and they don't know if they are reaching the right people or why those traffic is not buying. And that's why we built Go Audience. So the objective is to kill the black box completely. And as Tim said, we use AI to help consumer brands find high intent buyers and turn them into customers. And for that, we use the credit card spending data of 200 million US consumers. So since we know who spends on what, we have an AI model that can tell you these are the right audiences for you based on their credit card spending. So
Right. But it's not gross, and you don't know on the individual level.
Yeah.
So you don't know that I just bought dog food this morning, or at least you probably won't know that till this afternoon.
I know that you bought it yesterday, but and I can send you an ad, but we don't see it's Tim. We just like know that we
Okay, all right.
did
Thank goodness.
profile.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, and next we've got Eduardo Samoya from Thinker, which is a super exciting early stage SaaS platform that lets you basically have a chat GPT experience with all of the data in your e-commerce store. Everything from customer records to campaign performance to customer service issues.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Tim, for having me. Yeah, at Thinker, we're really solving, how, agencies and e-commerce users don't know what's next. They want to ask questions. They want to brainstorm with a ChatGPT kind of experience. You can connect over 300 platforms, that data sources into a single chat. So you can really get the whole universe of your store in a single chat-like experience. And with that, get growth insights, etc. With this, you can deploy agents that help you do tasks as well. And something that we really find successful is, helping those users and agencies help scale because they have more time. So they're not as busy and doing 1,000 things at the same time. I've been a previous e-commerce owner from a marketplace, and so I know the struggle and how it is, and now we're solving it. So thank you, Tim, for having me. Okay, all right. So we've got there's a couple of things I really want to think about, and the first one is it's just general visibility, around how people now find products. So I know that my kids, basically, they're my teenagers. They only find products via the TikTok. My wife only goes to Amazon. And there seems to be this sort of growing disconnect. And then this is, I think, Dale, you've got probably a lot to say here, is there's a bunch of things that are changing. And as I was talking to someone the other day, I realized that for a lot of businesses, their website is it's the tail end of the experience, right? And so by the time, all the decisioning or much of the decisioning is happening before they actually get to your website, so that when someone comes there, they probably already know if they're going to buy from you or not. And I'd love to understand, what's the impact of sort of AI overviews on search? ChatGPT is now suggesting products and all that sort of how are we going to find products in the next 12 months?
And that question is directed towards me.
Yeah, well, it's directed towards everyone, but I want you to answer first.
Oh, well, I will answer first. So we've all been spoiled with inbound marketing tactics. So what SEO used to mean for a long time for e-commerce sites was you add a blog. The blog generates a bunch of traffic, and maybe some of it buys, and that's what we were doing for SEO. But now that, like you're saying, Tim, our customers are going to be doing their research not on our websites, but in an AI tool. That is absolutely huge, because it means we're no longer going to get that top of funnel traffic when they're in the initial stages of researching a purchase. So that traffic is going away. In some cases, it's already gone, and we don't expect to get it back. So instead, we're optimizing for a world where customers are they're landing on our website after being educated on an AI platform, and we need to create content for the middle of the funnel and the bottom of the funnel to convert them at the end of the day. And one thing to keep in mind is the old SEO tactic of adding a blog to your e-com site. That was generating traffic, but it just wasn't the best traffic. It wasn't the most converting traffic anyway. It was really generating traffic, usually without a ton of conversion.
Okay, so if Google traffic, or if search traffic is now moving, or product specific or research traffic is now moving towards AI experiences, like what is happening to like all of that stuff that in Google, like editorial sites, certainly search ads, and even like Facebook is changing a little bit, and you're getting sort of you're getting different kind of experiences via their via AI chat. So what's the shakeout going to be here in terms of marketers having to do different and weird stuff that they've never done before? Because I remember back in the day when optimizing your product page titles was really high impact, or putting the right H1 somewhere. But what is happening like now? How do you get an LLM to know who you are? How do you get visibility into your your ads when I think a lot of people have a lot of distrust for ads at the moment, especially the edge of avatars that actually seem humanish. What are the skills that we're going to have to need to? What are the skills marketers are going to have to learn? And that's it. Anybody, just jump in. Do not be shy. Speak up.
I can jump in here.
Go. Talk. Yes. Let's go.
I would jump. I would say like what I have in mind. Like I think so. Google would still be there. It's not going anywhere. At least in the 12 months that you asked the question. So Google would still be there until we see like
of course
what's gonna happen next. But yeah, like Perplexity, shopping. Now you go for the first thing when I search for something, I go for ChatGPT or Perplexity and search for it first, and then see what results I will get, and then get from there. But also, I still believe ads is going to be important, and marketeers should be more of a proactive approach and should be creative on where they are placing their new form of blogs. Where do they get? Because at the end, LLMs, they get the sources from the internet. They don't get it from they don't create actual content. So they get the content that's already existing. But they have some sort of ranking in a different way that Google is doing. So we need still to do the different type of SEO, which I'm sure Dale is way more experienced than me than that. But the new type of SEO that is optimized for the LLMs so that they can show you and they can promote your product. So this is what I think is going. So
yeah. I wanted to get your take here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, as you say, as they optimize with new LLMs, I think there's a concept pretty early still about how agents will talk to agents and how we're designing the platforms where we sell. And in that aspect, we have to design them so that search engines, as Perplexity, as you mentioned, Ahmed, and other agents that are looking and scraping the internet will understand and communicate better. Tim, you mentioned placing the right H1. That similar concept will continue. It'll be different, but we're still going to have to design so that LLMs understand our platforms better and understands our product and our value better. So this concept stays the same. We're just changing in how we communicate to the newer technology.
Yeah, and I really want to add to it that knowing your customers is important. If you back up a little bit, how things are changing is we all got drunk and used to the idea that all of our customers are searching on Google, and if we can capture them either organically or paid, then that's how we grow our businesses. But now that they're using a number of different platforms, it's more important for us to understand how are our customers searching. And then for you and the audience that you're going after, where's that audience hanging out online? What influencers, what communities, and basically focusing in on the right platforms, the right communities for your audience is what is important. It was, for a while, it was a one size fits all, which is everybody's on Google. And to the extent that is starting to wane, then it's time for us as marketers to do marketing and figure out where our customers are.
Okay, so now that we've kind of like, so all the platforms that on the advertising side and even to a large extent on the, and actually absolutely on the SEO side, all the platforms have been largely like black boxes. They don't share exactly what makes something work, like with good reason, I suppose. But there have been all sorts of because marketers ruin everything. We took things like real user-generated content, and we turned it into a whole fake industry of user-generated content, right? And now we're turning it into a real fake industry of AI avatars that emulate the fake user-generated content people. Like it's cuckoo. But there's still this idea that the platforms want you to think that they know best and that their data is so much deeper, more sophisticated, and accurate than data that you might have, or you might think, or your insight into your customer base might be. And I guess the question, and Ahmed, I wanted to get your thought on this first, which is, is that true? Do those platforms, Meta, I mean, they see everything that we do online. Is there room for our own unique data and our own unique thinking to help them create a better outcome for us, or is it we're just like we just like throw stuff up against the wall and the platform decides what's good?
That's a great point. That's exactly what I'm up for. So just like we'll go like a bit back. So for the last 10 years, those platforms went from giving the power that you can literally target an ad to your roommate from placing an ad to now the slot machine style. So it's a complete black box. You're playing slot machines or playing roulette. One time it will get, one time it will not. But you cannot understand what's happening. It's a complete casino business. So for now, you couldn't change anything. But I believe now with the new technologies and with AI being there is a way. And there is like, which I think is going to be like the big thing, which is called like traffic scoring, that if you can see who is coming to your website from those ads, you can see their full demographics, you can see their analytics, you can see their previous spending data. And you run an AI model that can tell you, oh, this campaign, this platform is giving you good traffic that these people, for example, you sell a product for kids, and you can see that those who are coming to your website are parents, this is their income, this is their this. So,
right, so if you're doing some visitor de-anonymization, right?
Yeah, coupling it with monitoring the every single visitor's performing and actions on your website, and enriching it with some of their demographic and historic spending data, put all those together, and then you can see every single lead coming from a campaign. Is it a good lead or a bad lead? And then you can judge, is this campaign doing well or not? If it's bad, close it. If it's good, then. So this gives you some sort of power that you don't need to wait until all your budgets finish, because small brands, they don't have enough runway to keep like testing and testing and testing.
Right.
So you can immediately see, oh yeah, the score is good here, the score is bad here. And they see that this is a direction that is going to happen, because in e-commerce, there's enormous amount of data. And with now, you have AI models that can easily analyze this data and give you instant results, and even take actions on behalf of you. Increase a budget, cut an ad, take a next action. So this is where I believe is the power is getting back again to the brand over the platform, not only staying there. In addition, of course, to targeting the ad from the beginning, like who to send your ad to, by giving your own data to that ad. So that's what I believe.
So, by the way, that's like a really interesting take. The fact that you feel like this, that AI, which, like the general thought is like AI does stuff without us, and you're actually talking about it giving us more power, which I think is an interesting, is a very optimistic and interesting take.
Yeah. I believe it's going to be a good co-pilot.
Eduardo, so the way Eduardo's platform works is like you install this app in your Shopify store, you connect all your ad platforms to it, and then you just ask questions or like, what should I buy more of or whatever. Are my stock levels okay? Is this campaign doing well? So it really just allows you to have this sort of intense, deep relationship with your store data. And I know that you don't see the results that come back, but you do see the questions that people ask. And so what are the kinds of questions that they're asking relative to acquisition? Are they concerned that ads are performing well or not well? Or are they concerned about being on channels or not being on channels? What are the things that really make you that really put you
So as I've seen, definitely our users as they start using and asking questions with our platform, they start learning things and certain aspects of the stores that they didn't know. So before you had, the biggest problem was that your data was siloed. Something that was going on in your e-commerce store, but was going on in your Google ads, wasn't really connecting through correctly with, your meta ads. So siloed, was killing growth, was killing decision-making, siloed data. No, so that's the first thing that people start realizing. Oh, okay, I can cross-chat question through my data. So the first immediate behavior is starting to realize the power that they have now and how they can have contextualized answers. What does this mean? The LLM will understand different contexts from your different data sources and give you a much better answer. So that's initially killing a lot of dashboarding. We don't use dashboards whatsoever. So the dashboarding era, I think it's changing for sure. I wouldn't call it as ending, but it's definitely changing. So the interaction with our data and the interaction with technology and the human orchestration of AI is changing how we receive the data. So they're asking questions of per store performance. It's super important to get store performance that involves sales, that involves marketing, that involves customer returns. We'll see very interesting and perhaps more profound questions. For example, tell me something about my promotion that I don't know. Tell me something about my marketing campaign that I don't know. And then the LM will go out, the AI will find the solution, will find an answer that perhaps is not reasonable to expect humans to know this, because it's looking at 1 million data points and bringing you an answer. So we're getting, as they get used to using and question, it changed the involvement with this store for sure. We see that. And then finally, we're seeing less and less decision analysis paralysis. So you might say there's so much data. There's, I don't know if to go more into Meta. I don't know if to go into Google. I don't know if to, buy more inventory, forecasting, etc. With, the LLM experience, you can really prioritize and have that brainstorming conversation with the LLM and really enhance the power of AI and do better decisions for your store.
Okay. By the way, I do see that there are some questions in the chat. We will get to those, so we will have time for Q&A. Promise. Like, we're not going to leave you hanging. But Dale, when you're thinking about how to sort of build your visibility inside of an LLM or in a search overview or anything, it certainly seems to be it certainly seems to be sort of a multimodal approach, right? Because there's stuff that you do on your site, there's your connections to other sites, there's your mentions, there's it seems to be a much more fluid kind of data than has traditionally been in SEO, because even though SEO has changed dramatically, the rankings, for the most part, the people who are at the top tend to stay at the top because they've got the right scale and all that kind of stuff. And I think it seems to be changing a little bit, or re-democratizing a little bit inside of LLMs. But do you think that that's going to be the same moving forward, that large companies will continue to win the visibility race?
So I do a full day workshop on this, so I'll give you like the 30-second. So
you can take a whole minute, man.
Optimizing for AI platforms is fundamentally different from SEO. The advice that I give, that you'll get from other folks, is you want to have solid SEO. So that's really a starting point, and that's really the right thing. But from there, you want to make sure that you're targeting the right intents, so that the AI platforms can match your content to the right conversations, or searches, but sometimes they're just conversations. And you want to make sure you're relevant. So that's, a lot of times I say SEO plus relevance. So that's making sure that you've got semantically relevant content, semantically dense sections of your content. And then you want to make sure that your content is clear. So you can imagine headings that might be specific questions or related to specific questions, and then a one-sentence answer at the beginning of your paragraph, and then a very dense, and when I say dense, I mean like not fluff content, but like one paragraph that answers the question that is implied by the heading. Like that's one of the things we're doing. And then mentions matter, like mentions of your products, mentions of your brand. So when it comes to digital PR, we used to do digital PR for backlinks, and powerful, hard to get backlinks are still important, but you want to make sure you get like your brand name out there as much as possible, and that it's associated with the terms you want it to be associated with, like Nike and shoes, or Nike and sneakers, like your brand with whatever you want it to be associated with. And then also like the layout of your content matters. So making sure that it's logically structured, these different sections that you have that are semantically relevant and semantically dense are organized in a logical way on the content pages. Like we're putting things on our content pages like Q&A with concise answers, and then also call out boxes and comparisons and things like that, so that the AI can just yank what it needs.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions that I'm just thinking of right now. So how does that sort of fundamental like content structure, like lend itself to better informing audience choices? So like you've got this idea, or Eduardo, like you now have a better understanding of what channels are driving sales. From and we know more about the actual people that are doing it. So how do we make all this stuff work together? So customer data, audience data, individual visitor data, and this idea of well-structured content that has an impact on visibility. How do all those three things work together? And go ahead and make stuff up if you need to. Just jump in. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, as you said, there's so much context and there's so much data. How is this all getting wrapped together? We're using LLMs as translators, basically. All these data points, all these different contexts, all these different channels, sources. Those are something that can be ingested and translated to more chewable, bite-sized information that we can make decisions on. So that's where we really
so give me an
leveraging.
example. So try to give me a specific example of what kind of information.
Yeah. So for example, you want to understand how many people are visiting your store, which pages in your e-commerce are being clicked, what products are being clicked. All that walkthroughs through your e-commerce versus what campaign is pointing them at it. You can cross-reference, start seeing all in one single chat exactly all the user journey, where they're coming from Meta ads, from Google ads, from email, Klaviyo, etc. And you can cross-reference that into a very digestible chat experience. But we already have that data. Like it's a little bit harder to get to
but you see that from Google Analytics for the most part, right? So
Absolutely.
And so, like, where does the integration show up? Like, where's, if I wanted to understand campaign to user journey to conversion, I already have access to that information. Like,
correct.
Getting to it through a different format or a different modality is cool, but like, where does all this stuff come together so that we're making better or different decisions?
Yeah, that's where the generative AI, and I said as AI as translators are giving you actionable items, actionable suggestions. Do this because we've seen this behavior from the customer walking in from the Google Analytics. Do X, Y, and Z, and we suggest, we predict, we forecast that your sales will change by X amount. So we are able to forecast that thanks to the power of generative AI and LLMs.
All right,
and adding.
Yeah. So how do this is like direct connection to you. Is there a way for eventually you to get that sort of that idea, that sort of data feed, or if you're doing a similar thing yourself, to make better suggestions?
Yes, so exactly the same. So once we start understanding who is the actual buyers who are buying from you and compare it to the data that we have of the other consumers, then we can start to recommend based on those patterns these segments of individuals based on their LLM recommendation, actually comparing both patterns together. And after that, there is an optimization loop. So we see from this recommendation, was it a good one or a bad one? What's the result? And then you start like learning. So next time it just gets better and better and better with more recommendations. So this is actually how we use it.
Okay, all right. Now, Dale, how does all that stuff like circle back to what you think about?
Yeah, what I would love, like for each individual e-commerce site for your audience, if it were possible to look at the data that Ahmed and Eduardo are looking at to understand the current buyers so that we can profile that audience and then find that audience out on the web. So basically helping us to identify the right influencers and private forums even that we could look for to find more of these types of customers that you guys are seeing in the data. So I wonder if it's possible to integrate what you guys are doing with a platform like SparkToro that helps people find audiences.
Yeah, that's super cool. All right. Now I want to jump into what do we think is going to happen? So are ads coming to LLMs? Are we suddenly going to get? It seems like Sam Altman and Johnny Ive are making an earpiece because they're getting sued by an earpiece company. So are we going to have like earpiece audiences versus phone audiences? And when do we get to the point where Eduardo, a platform like yours just says, hey, listen, I saw that there was this person on the site, so I changed the price so they would buy. So what's going to happen? When do things get more automatic? Because right now, we have this great sort of level of assistance, but there's still so much decisioning that has to happen on the human side because, frankly, the data that's going into an LLM is not sufficient.
Yeah. So I'll start with a little bit on this. So we believe we are entering an era of autonomous e-commerce. And what does that mean? A small team can orchestrate multiple agents, and those agents will leverage other platforms, other technologies, or perhaps will do specific tasks themselves to operate e-commerce stores and all of the backend. That's where we are most influenced in the everyday store operations, marketing operations. So I think we're moving into a more like a high-speed trading platform where the AI has certain level of autonomy to make certain decisions based on what bandwidth you give it and what guardrails you give it. And they're obviously 24/7 looking after all your performance metrics. And it's also not just performance metrics, but it's contextual performance. So that's another magic part of the LMs, that you can have more context on what a metric and what performance is going and make better decisions. And if you leave it to the AI to do those decisions automatically, then it becomes an autonomous e-commerce. And that's what we like to call it. You can deploy 10, 15 default agents that we already have and not have to worry about those tasks specifically. I can get into what those are in terms of like inventory, performance marketing, etc. And so I do believe we're moving into a way faster paced, as I said, high metric trading, that you can just automate, orchestrate, and small teams can get so much more done.
All right, direct question to everyone. Please give me thumbs up, thumbs down. Are we going to have paid advertising inside of LLMs in the near term? Yeah,
100%.
All right. So, Dale, you and I are old enough to remember when paid ads were going to ruin Google search. It was terrible, awful, going to ruin everything, and it kind of did eventually. It took 20 years, but it did, in fact, ruin Google. So, are we going to see the same thing with your ChatGPT experience, for instance?
Well, is the sky blue? I mean, there's a huge profit motive, obviously, for everyone involved. So everyone who's building these large language models, they are putting a ridiculous amount, billions and billions of dollars into these tools, and they expect to see a huge return.
Yeah.
It's always possible that there's a different business model out there, more of a usage-based model or a subscription model. That's possible, but what we've seen in the last 20 years is that for these tools that have mass adoption, the advertising model, frankly, is what people want, because the vast majority of people can use it for free, even though it's stealing their data.
All right. I want to get to one of the questions here. So that was so for Magdalena, that was for you. So I think advertising is absolutely happening, and I would imagine it's. Though I'm going to guess, by the way, that the advertising is going to be much more of the Mark Zuckerberg. We're just going to grab your data and present it the way that we want, rather than having you do anything with it. That's my thought. But Andre has a question about live shopping and live e-commerce. Now I know that is an enormous way of commerce modality in Asia. It has not really taken off too much here, but the TikTok shop is proving us a little bit different, because I do know that you see people talking for hours about their e-bike that they want you to buy, and it's just like QVC is moved out of your grandmother's television screen and onto your phone. So do you think that that's going to be a model that continues to grow?
Just like a yes or no from seeing how the trend is.
Is it going to keep on growing?
I don't think so. At least in Europe, as per the question, I'm not familiar with the European market, but for US, where I'm based, I don't think it's gonna be grow same as it is in Asia or in China, for example.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. I think that from my perspective, that's more of a cultural thing than a commerce thing. But believe it or not, I have been wrong before. So, which is crazy, totally crazy.
So many times I've been. I agree.
All right, so Dale, I know that you guys just hired a head of AI thinking or something, or you were searching for somebody. And Eduardo, obviously, you've built an entire company around creating an AI wrapper. Do marketers, do the brands need to invest in their own AI-enabled thinkers? Or no, actually, so do they need to invest in an AI expert to sort of fundamentally push AI into all corners of their business, or is that better left to people who think about AI and nothing else?
So I think there's two things people should be investing in, as you said, marketers, big marketers. First, obviously learning the tools of AI and what they can do. It moves so fast, and there's new tools and new things you can do so quickly that you have to be like, looking for the next thing. And there's an edge to that. So if you want to, be ahead, you have to be trying new tools, getting in calls and seeing if products are going to help your business and your marketing strategy. Absolutely. So that's one thing. And another thing they should invest is perhaps not bring, sure, you can bring an AI expert into the firm, but I would recommend more organizing data. I think data is such a moat, and organizing it, understanding it. The typical garbage in, garbage out, if your data as a brand, as a marketer, is not well organized and it's siloed and you have a big mess.
So that's everybody. Nobody's data is good. That's the universal.
Well, then I think that's where data has become even more important now, because that's the currency, that's the language that AIs understand. So yeah, if everybody's data is a mess, well, then there's an opportunity for marketers to be cutting edge and have your data well organized. That's perfect.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is marketers need to hire more nerds.
Yes, absolutely, I agree.
Marketers used to be the cool guys wearing cool shirts and stuff.
There's cool nerds too, Tim. There's cool nerds too.
Okay, all right. And Dale, what has your experience been like bringing, or again, I'm not sure if you have, but I know you were looking for someone to sort of own AI innovation in your shop. Is that the right way to go?
Well, it's the right way to go for a marketing agency like mine. We're basically deploying AI in-house on behalf of our clients. What our clients expect is for us to be AI experts so that they're getting full value of AI's capabilities, but they don't want to have to learn it on their own.
Yeah.
All the nooks and crannies, right? So for us as a marketing agency, yes, we hired somebody full-time. He's the head of innovation. He's responsible for making sure that our clients are getting full value out of AI technology. But for a brand, you really want to outsource a lot of that, whether it's tools like Eduardo's or vendors or agencies that are adept at AI. Look at every agency that you're working with right now. If they're not AI experts, then there's an agency out there that could give you double the value because they've invested in AI. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is how you and your staff are using AI internally. And there's a lot of tools, there's a lot of prompting frameworks, there's a lot of noise out there. What I always tell people is, for your own internal usage of AI, just learn ChatGPT, full stop. If you were to learn all of the features in ChatGPT, custom GPTs, prompting, their memory feature, it generates images. If you just learn that one tool and stop getting distracted by all these different tools that your friends are telling you about, that will get you 80% of the way there. And you could spend the rest of the year learning that one tool. So that's what I would do there.
Right. So essentially it's since the layering of AI on top of everything is becoming ubiquitous, every platform, every SaaS platform, or every service that you currently use is going to layer some level of AI on top of it because it's becoming relatively simple. But you think that it's still the way to do it, rather than thinking that you've got to build something that's on top of all this other stuff, is to actually sort of have individual mastery of what can be done, and then apply that to all of the tools that you already use.
For your own personal productivity, learn ChatGPT, and don't pay the switching cost of learning a lot of different tools. But there are going to be many tools out there that you would never build yourself. Prediction tools, forecasting tools, My Fantasy tool that looks at your orders and then figures out where on the web you could find more of that audience. You're not going to build those yourself.
By the way, I think that sounds like Ahmed's tool, by the way.
There you go.
Yeah, we built that. No one needs to build it anymore in house. Like we have.
Right, so that's solved. Dale, you can talk to
That's all.
Okay, all right.
And then not to mention working with vendors, your agencies. Like I can't stress this enough. Like if you're working with a vendor that's not helping you understand how they are using AI on your behalf, and they're not asking you to just trust it, like they're explaining it to you such that you understand it. Like you need new vendors. There are some agencies, maybe the top 10%, that are really ahead in that regard, and their clients are getting double the value right now. And then there are agencies, for whatever reason, they're just starting to learn AI for themselves, or they're ignoring it because they don't think it's going to be a big deal. Like you're just not getting your money's worth working with those vendors.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We just got a couple minutes left. I want to get everybody a chance to have like final thoughts, and tell everybody where they can find you. So Dale, go ahead.
So in terms of where you can find me, I'm all over LinkedIn, Dale Bertrand. My agency is fireandspark.com. I also have an email address, dale@fireandspark.com. And one of the questions, Tim, that you asked was around how to optimize for these AI platforms so that your product, your brand shows up in conversation in AI platforms. And what I started to tell you, Tim, was I have a full day workshop based on my vector format. So definitely reach out to me, either email or LinkedIn, if anybody watching wants those materials.
Okay, Ahmed.
Yeah, it's easy to find me also. I'm available on LinkedIn. Our website is goaudience.com, and I also have an email. It's my first name of the first initial of my name, so it's an@goaudience.com. And we can help by helping you find audiences and customers based on their historical spending data. So who is buying from your competitors, who would be, based on their spending data, are good fit for you and can help you target them, in addition to traffic score for your website visitors to tell you who are the right ones and convert. So that's what we do.
Eduardo.
You can find me on LinkedIn, pretty easy, with my full name on LinkedIn, and my email, edu@thinker.pro. Our website is thinker.pro. So it's very easy to find me. And yeah, I would love to, if anybody reaches out and want to start automating all the work they do in terms of operations and managing campaigns, using agents, and really saving time and optimizing, I'm happy to help them embark in the journey of automated e-commerce.
All right. And my name's Tim Kilroy. You can find me at timkilroy.com. And if you are an agency, I can help you grow your agency. And if you are a marketer, I can help you either find an agency or make sure that your agency is doing the right thing by you. And I am going to, and here's where we can, and I think we're now out of time. I think we're right. So that's it. Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody. This was a great chat. I appreciate your time and attention.
Bye-bye.
And rock on, and don't get turned into a robot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was really great. Thank you, Tim, for asking all these amazing questions. I will now be preparing the stage for our next guest, who is just a second, so I can have some nice captions for him. So we've got Patrick Opolgojani. I hope I spelled that name correctly. I'm allowed to misspell names because my name is also always misspelled. So I hope.
Fair enough.
All right. Patrick is from NASO, which is one of our partners who helped us in building this event. So as a short intro to Patrick, he's having helped e-commerce brands with their growth for 5+ years as the customer success lead. He's now the chief commercial officer at NASO. Over the past decade, he's helped grow NASO from a machine learning point solution to an AI powerhouse for online commerce. And I can say by my own experience that their tool is amazing and leading on the market because I've also used it, but I might be biased. All right, Patrick, I'm gonna let you take the stage. I will go backstage, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you so much. Yeah, lovely to connect with all of you here, and good to be here. We're going to talk about AI, surprise, surprise, and hopefully from the point of view of pretty kind of practical implications you can take away. And really my hope today is that you can take at least one thing and apply it in your business tomorrow. What I'll start with actually is a question for you, which is, if you think about AI maturity as a curve from, let's say, 0 to 10, where do you feel your brand is right now? And maybe it could be a good jumping off point to asking that question this now, and then we'll come back to this again and see if your perception has changed based on what other people are doing already in this field. The way we'll go through this is pretty simple. We'll first talk about the categories of AI, at least the way we see it at Nosto, which are hopefully pretty self-explanatory, but also good to understand when you think about the strategy and how to apply them. Then we'll go into 3 different parts. The AI essentials, what at least I believe that kind of need to be at least applied if you want to stay at least relevant in the e-com game, not to fall behind. So those are like the table stakes of AI. Then you have the more modern applications, which are maybe not as common. It could be use cases that are a little bit more cutting edge and can be used to elevate yourself above your competitors in the field. And then we'll finish off with just a quick glimpse into what at least we feel at Nosto is the tomorrow's applications of AI, which to some extent won't be probably massive surprises, but maybe we can make it very concrete of what we see already happening right now in the horizon. And then for those interested, I'll kind of quickly give you a glimpse of how we think about this topic at Nosto, and to give you an overview of the platform if you're still with us at that point. But let's cover with the actual categories. So the way we look at this is that, of course, there's the technical categories of like things like deep learning, and there's the generative LLM-based technical sorts of AI. But maybe one way to look at it is like, what do you actually do with the AI? The first category is predictive. You have semantic, visual, and generative. And there's now a 5th layer coming in, which we'll talk about in a moment. Predictive AI is basically the foundation of personalization. I checked this morning. It was probably from this one paper, 92, which was the first one starting this field of kind of collaborative filtering and other machine learning techniques, which basically what they do is they allow creating this graph between people and their actions, or in our case, people and products. And then you can use that to predict things based on people that behave similarly. You're going to create clusters among people that behave in a similar way, or products that seem to be related in just from a behavioral point of view. And through those clusters, you can do a bunch of things. You can actually create recommender systems for products. You can create understand affinities towards different things and different kind of metadata elements. You can, of course, start segmenting people and create kind of really personalized experiences from a number of use cases and channels just based on this kind of map between behavioral points, events, products, people. Second sort is the semantic AI, which fundamentally is the understanding of language, either through NLP, the natural language processing, or nowadays, of course, more and more using LLMs. But it's fundamentally understanding language in order to understand intent, so indexing user intent through queries, and then preventing, for example, zero search result pages, as well as understanding things like stemming, plural words, and much more, to understand when somebody types something or is looking for something, what do they actually mean in practical terms. Then you have visual AI, which is fundamentally, of course, understanding what image contains. But it's more than that. It's actually kind of extracting data points from an image, understanding the key colors, scenes, events, emotions, styles, which then can be used to then feed everything you want to do with that data. So it can be to curate UGC images and automatically apply them to different sets, or it can be to drive recommendations or much more. And then last but not least, you have maybe the most newest entrant into the field, which is the generative AI. It's a little bit, of course, hard to distinguish this, for example, from the visual or semantic AI these days, because the vector search, which is kind of fundamental vectorization of data, is now more and more applying also to visual and audio and semantic kind of text. But fundamentally here, we're talking about the output being something that is generated from the understanding the vectors between different data points and different things and items. It can be, in this case, the two things like cologne and perfume, knowing they're actually related without anyone typing that, or it can be two images that kind of just vectorized. They appear in the same cluster of data points, and they need to be correlated. So when we think about the essentials, I feel there's like a few things that I'd like to point out, and I'm hoping that most of these you're already doing. And if not, then you can be sure that people or companies in your field are. And these are, hopefully things that are already applied by most companies listening to this. First one is using the data you have on people that have been in your store, capturing the data, and then applying it by showing relevant experiences. In this case, the relevant product recommendations. It can be take multiple forms, but in this case, it's about understanding if you bought something and then showing them what's called replenished recommendations. Hey, these are back in stock. Do you want to buy it again? Whether it's like the cherries or maybe some riser or anything else that you feel can be items that people might want to buy again. Typically used more in the CPG space, but can be also applicable for some other use cases, particularly in beauty. But really, it's about utilizing data you have on each visitor you have, and then utilizing that on their coming back on the website to make their experience much more relevant. And so there's pretty basic stuff, and it's been applied by Netflix and Amazon for the last 20 years. But yet we still see companies not doing this. So that is like the fundamental thing. Another one, which may be a little bit more complex, but also I would say fairly table stakes these days, is being able to do merchandising across multiple objectives. Meaning, if you have a merchandising, like a rule that you want to apply on your categories, for example, or search, just being able to easily apply multiple objectives, like I want to optimize for my conversion rate and inventory, and also clicks. And all those three, I want to weight them in this way. Like doing this, of course, is fundamental to most work that merchants do, but ideally you want to do it at scale automatically across all the products and all categories, instead of like manually pinning pop stuff at the top of the category or something else. So I would, this can be very powerful. And in this case, O'Neill, you might know, a surf brand, they run an A/B test where they tested a specific, I think it was based on sales per view. So they toggled that to be very high, and inventory count. So making sure they push products that they have a lot of, and basically comparing that to their manually merchandised algorithm. And they got up to 41% increase in conversion. So it can be really powerful to at least test what works, and then land on the strategy that gives you the objectives that you care about. The final one is kind of based on predictive AI that we talked about in the beginning, meaning understanding how different people behave and clustering them, those people that behave in a similar fashion. In this case, what Food Corner did is they looked at affinities towards brands. So that is could be also applied towards categories. If you're a monobrand, you sell only your own brand. But in this case, they sell multiple brands, and they need to understand if somebody has affinity towards Nike or Adidas or something else. And then specifically only providing experiences, can be content or products tailored to that segment, like Nike fans in this case, which of course is massive for streamlining the product discovery for this brand. All right, let's move on to something a little bit more modern. which hopefully you can apply to set yourself apart from those your peers in your industry. The first one is utilizing the image understanding, specific similarity to drive alternatives that really feel kind of curated by a professional, but actually in the background just use understanding of the visual similarity on the AI side to then drive relevant experiences. That is Diane von Furstenberg. People from the US will know this brand, which is using this to do both the visual similarity, but also capturing the affinity towards a color. So if we see you shopping in a certain tone, you probably want to capture that and utilize that across when they go on a category page and make sure you're personalizing that the entire category stream towards what affinity that person has. But obviously what this helps with is two things. One, it helps with product discovery, because ultimately, if I kind of like it in a pattern, I'm probably going to like it across the different categories and also across time. And also it just enhances the overall relevancy. I kind of feel like, oh, Diane and Furstenberg, they just know me. They feel like it's much relevant for me. So doing this has multiple benefits, but ultimately it's about relevancy, just feeling like you kind of feel that you know me, and it provide me with other relevant things for me to continue looking at. The second one is an example from Perry Ellis, another US brand, which is using kind of double prong AI here with both generative AI and predictive AI to do two things. One is to propose synonyms of things that are clearly synonyms, but they just don't appear in the metadata, and then for them to just basically easily add them into the system without needing to manually type each synonym that exists for each product that they have. So that's one part of it. But these guys went actually even deeper. So they have different segments set up that they get a different search experience based on which affinity they belong to, different categories and so forth. So with that, of course, what do you get is different people searching for the same keyword might get a slightly different search results, making sure they get more relevant results based on what they have had affinity towards before. And then something which product bundles have been used for years and years, but I think only recently it's been possible to do two things. One, utilize the behavioral data to actually capture which products should be in that bundle from a behavioral standpoint, from let's say 3 different categories, or visually, if you have like an image, lifestyle image of a model wearing maybe pants, shirt, jacket, shoes, how to capture those products from the image and automatically add them into as complementary items. That's possible nowadays with modern AI, and you can use combination of the two, meaning both predictively understanding what people buy together or seem to view together in the same session, plus add the visual element for images that add a model image that you want to kind of merchandise that shop look type of experience. In this case, Donald Russell applied this quite successfully with using the behavioral side with the kind of complementary items to go with their steak. And they had an amazing conversion rate. 6% of people actually went on to buy one of these things when presented the alternative. And specifically, you can do it in a way that you add them to the cart kind of on one go. That can be a really powerful way to increase the average order value. Last but not least, I already mentioned vectorization, which means taking any data point, whether it's audio, video, or text, and then adding kind of a vector in the multidimensional space for that, which means you can then kind of group things like, a product name, a product image, and then have understanding of which things are close to each other and which things are not. And with this, one of the things you can do is understand longer queries. So not just like travel bag, but also I'm looking for the best travel bag that can fit under an airplane seat. And then using the knowledge that the system itself has to predict what are the best fitting products for this query. And of course, the other use case that is also solved by this is the no results page, which if you have nothing, you search for something, the keyword that is found nowhere in your metadata, being able to solve that through like the actual vectorized understanding of what you're searching for can be a way to mitigate those zero results page, which are massive wasted opportunity. All right, so those are things you can apply pretty much right away, and that hopefully will set you apart. I don't think there's that many brands that are doing all of those previous use cases. But let's look at some of the things that are either already being applied by the pioneers or are kind of happening right now, and definitely you can help you stay ahead of the curve investing into these use cases. There's 3 things I want to talk about, and I'll go deeper into some of them. So one of them is helping you with workflows, and a bunch of platforms, whether it's Shopify, Adobe, otherwise, they of course are investing heavily here. So helping you automate things that take a lot of time currently, but it's about basically agents that help you do the things you do much faster, and basically without needing a bunch of handholding or manual work. Then you have the agents that are actually facing your customers as shoppers, that help them shop the way they want. And the final piece here is something called the MCP servers, which there's a couple of different protocols now, a little bit fighting this A2A, agent to agent by Google, and MCP, and at least in the world of e-commerce, because the dominance of Shopify, MCP seems to be winning here, which basically enables multiple technology providers and your brands to have a way to collaborate between different agentic systems. It's almost like an API for future. And I'll talk about some of these in a moment. The first one here is an example of what, for example, merchandising could look like in the agentic world. So here, you might be talking about like, I'd like to target new customers. It can help you identify, what to do with that. Maybe you want to actually apply a new rule towards that segment. And through a conversational interface, it can help you both understand the data that we've captured for you, as well as then give you suggestions of rules or actual campaigns you might want to apply to solve the business needs that you have. So this is just an example of what you can do once you have kind of in the agentic world to help you just achieve more with almost like an employee that you can talk to and can do stuff for you in real time, 24/7. The second use case is to have agents that are contextually aware and can help you support. So if you're looking at your products, for example, you might be thinking, okay, so I want to just ping something quickly. It just goes into this bucket of workflow optimization, but it's just like making things quick and easy without needing to do manual work. That is a pretty trivial example, but I'm sure you can imagine many more where this could really help to save you time. Then you have the use case of actually customer-facing or the shopper-facing tooling. I believe there's been conversations earlier today on the various panels, for example, around what will the future look like when it comes to shopper behavior. And that's, I think, still an open question, whether we start shopping primarily on things like GPT or otherwise. I personally believe there will be a place for still the website where people actually buy stuff. But then the question becomes, is the expectation going to be different on that site on how you actually purchase things? And I'm pretty sure at least the expectation for the search element will become more, demanding. So if people ask long queries, they probably will demand also a bit more smartness in the way you can interact with that element of search. It is very likely that that will happen, in which case every tech vendor or that search provider that is in the space will probably need to adapt to that and make it much more smarter, so it can help you not just like find the things you need, but actually help you really ask questions about what is actually you need. Are you buying this? Okay, what maybe you're buying a TV. Okay, what's the distance from the TV you're going to be at? Maybe like what are you going to do? What's the use case for this product that you're buying? And through that, you can then suggest much more relevant options than just by quote unquote like a chatbot type of AI. But we'll see. That was maybe a few use cases. Hopefully, there's at least one that you can apply. If we talk about Nosta briefly, I'll end here. So today, Nosta looks like this. Nosta's core neural network is what's called Experience AI. It contains the data processing in the real-time data engine. Of course, it has the 4 AI components that we discussed. There's the BI tooling to help you actually understand your data that we capture, and the dynamic targeting in the form of audience segmentation, the global merchandising rules, and scheduling. And then each customer can kind of take the channels and the products that they actually want to apply and pursue. So, on average, people start with at least 3. Let it be search, merchandising, recommendations, for example. And then as they go, they kind of go along the maturity curve of personalization and commerce experiences. They add more modules onto their stack. In terms of AI layers, obviously, just the collaborative filtering, which was the Nosta's bread and butter for last 10 years, that is applying kind of an old machine learning technique called collaborative filtering. But on top of that, we've built, of course, multiple different types of AI since then. And depending on the different products, we use different types of layers or machine learning capabilities. Now, of course, we also use some of the more modern LLM techniques, including OpenAI, but also Hugging Face's open source models that enable us to work kind of within the platform quicker. And we have something called AI Lab in-house that is constantly looking at what are the latest models capable of and what makes sense to integrate into the various platform parts to help you and every other merchant that is on top of the platform. This is where we started. Where is the brand or your brand in the AI maturity curve? And I guess asking yourself this again, if you rate yourself from 0 to 10, you might be interested to think about if you replied, let's say 4 or 5, does that change? And then if it's not where you want to be, what are you going to do about it? One thing I can offer you is a free audit. So if you scan this QR code, you get to talk with one of our experts to get a quick audit of your brand and just give you ideas on what you could do with or without Nosta. And then, of course, you can explore whether the Nosta platform will be a good fit for where you are on your maturity curve and help you get to the next stage in here. But yeah, it looks like an exciting future, and Nosta with our scale is in a good place to actually help a lot of brands to be at the head of the curve when it comes to AI. Thank you.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much, Patrick, for the presentation. Let's publish this question. So yeah, we actually got one question from the public just when you started, let's say. So how can e-commerce businesses ensure the security and privacy of customer data when implementing AI-driven personalization and recommendation systems? And now this is a long question, but I'm gonna read all of it. Especially in light of evolving regulations like GDPR and CCPA, and what are the best practices for maintaining compliance while leveraging AI technologies?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for the question. It's certainly coming from Europe and specifically Germany. It's something we need to be pretty careful of. And the good thing is, like with modern AI tooling, it is actually possible to kind of, with very limited data on what a person is doing, and actually predict quite a lot of things. So, for example, if you have a full session of somebody acting in a way, they have a bunch of clicks, you record that, it can be anonymous. Somebody else comes in the website and clicks one thing, have one action, one event that you triggered. Already that can help you predict what is the most likely next step, whether it's a product they need or an experience you should have, whether they're finished towards a brand or anything else. And what you can do is basically same session personalization. And so what it really helps with this is if you need to delete their cookies every 7 days, which is happening more and more, it doesn't actually matter because every session they come in, you basically start looking at what they do, and within that same session you can start changing and making it more relevant based on what seems to be their intent. And actually something we found with Nosta, there was a study we did some time ago, is that it takes about 3 sessions to finish a purchase. That was multiple years ago, maybe less now. But basically, if you think about those 3 visits, you can actually get it squeezed down to a pretty short time frame. And then after that's done, they usually have a different category need. So actually, if you're going to stick to the same, you just want the same shirt for the 100th time, it will feel like retargeting when it's done wrong. So in a way, the same session personalization allows you to really prioritize recency as a key factor in understanding what is the intent of that shopping buyer. So maybe that's a long answer to a short question. Oh, long answer to a long question. But I think fundamental key here is aggregating data across everyone, and so then you can use that data even if you don't have anything to rely on when it comes to that anonymous shopper coming on your website today.
Yeah, that's really insightful because I am often thinking about my behavior as a shopper, and indeed I do go over a website multiple times, and yeah, when things pop up again, it does feel like retargeting. Now, I have a question for you that's not necessarily related directly to Nasto, but it can be if you have a related answer to it.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if you saw any of your clients doing something particularly interesting on your platform or outside your platform, but using AI. Like, is there something that popped out or was particularly interesting, let's say, or caught your eye?
Yeah. Obviously, we've talked about a number of examples where they've applied
Yeah.
different tooling, but I'm trying to think like outside, maybe in Nosta. I mean, obviously, everyone is now using the LLMs to like internally, right? To, as I think everyone's discussed today. So not a huge surprise there. I think maybe more interesting use cases I've seen are like some of the workflow integrations, like if you've heard about tools like N8N, where you can create these like multi-prong workflows. And for example, I saw a brand that had that for creating content across all social media channels, which can be, of course, very powerful, which has usually been a huge time sunk to create that. But now you basically have a system that is, creating from the component of creating scripts to actually producing the video, to enabling audio, to captions, to then editing them, and then finally pushing them to like 4 different channels. All can be automated, and you just kind of help with maybe the first part, like the themes. Okay, this looks good to me. You just have a Google sheet where you kind of curate that those themes of those videos, and at the end you just make sure you approve, and that goes in the platform. So basically, with almost no work, you get like the social media compounding power. But then the question becomes like, how do you best integrate kind of your brand, your product catalog in that, which can be a different story.
Yeah, and thank you. My last question would be, what are the future plans of Nasto? Like, can you tell us anything that you are planning on launching or interesting that will appear soon? Like, what would your next plans be?
Yeah. In a way, probably from that last section of the future of the AI, you can guess kind of, or you can maybe interpret the way we see the future going. And basically, Nosta is really overhauling to become agentic CX platform first and foremost, which then means that it'll be at the forefront of everything we do. It'll be in the center of that image of which showed our platform. And I think it's exciting because obviously, if you think about the core of what we do is to help automate already things like merchandising and making experience more relevant, like having kind of almost like personified like people you can interact with and employ, it becomes really interesting for brands that you can scale even further with very lean teams by applying the Nostr platform. So I think it's like it goes back to the old saying of like augmenting humans. And that's what I'm excited about, is just making the superheroes of our customers, making them feel like super smart and capable, making them feel great in front of their boss, and that they feel like, oh, how did you get so much done? It's like, oh. So that's of course what we're here for, is to empower e-commerce brands. It's kind of where our founders come from. So that's what I'm excited about.
All right, amazing. Thank you so much for the session and for your involvement in this event. And yeah, we are preparing for the next one. Any last words for our viewers?
No, thank you so much, Alexia, and thank you everyone for tuning in. Have a lovely rest of the evening. Speak soon.
All right, thank you so much. All right. Well, we dove into how a leading platform works with AI, and I feel like the best way to move forward would be seeing a little bit of a couple of examples of how shoppers are shifting their shopping behavior from Google to ChatGPT and see the opinions of a person passionate of neuroscience. So we have here Simon Small and Ken Niar. I hope I say that right.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Perfect.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in. I'm gonna let the stage for you, and I will see you on the other side.
Okay.
Okay, great. I'll just share my screen here. Welcome, everyone. Thanks. It's been a great event so far. I've been following it since the beginning. And can you see my screen here? Hopefully, view full screen. Is that all good?
Yeah.
I just changed my window. So I'm Simon Small. We're doing a deep dive into behavior by shoppers from a neuroscience and behavioral perspective, and also from an e-commerce organic revenue perspective. I'm going to go straight into things. We'll move quite quickly through it. Just a couple of introductions. So I'm the co-founder of Cura Digital. We specialize in SEO and also LLMO, large language model optimization. And we also help clients cut their Google ad spend, where they can be spending it better on increasing organic revenue. And Ken, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Ken, and I'm a neuroscientist. I did research in sensory perception and motivation in the brain. So how different reward system works in the brain, how does addictions form in the brain, habits form in the brain, etc. And I created my business, PEL Consulting, to help companies with employee engagement and retention. So yeah, I've been excited to come to this summit to talk about the psychology of habit forming with Simon.
Great.
Yes.
So we had a fantastic session earlier with Tim and Dale and others talking about Google search is on its way out, and that's a familiar refrain on LinkedIn. We hear this a lot. Now, Google's got about 8.5 billion searches happening a day. It's been there for 25 years. It's wired up our world to a certain extent, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about that later. But Ken, for all of us that don't understand neuroscience and psychology all that well, I mean, what it strikes me, I've been in technology for several decades, and sometimes things come out of the blue and take over, and sometimes it's an illusion in terms of how fast and how far things switch. So what's the counter to this narrative that Google search is dying from a neuroscience and a psychological perspective?
Yeah, they're discounting the fact that familiarity and habits are incredibly powerful in the brain. So there is a type of personality traits that are indicative of early adopters. And if you assume that group of people as the majority average person, then you will be very much wrong. So the type of personality traits that are like to be adopters are people who are extroverted, people who are highly social people, and people who are high in openness to experience. So that's basically people who are creative, people who are open to new ideas. Not everyone's like that. And also people who are low in neuroticism, which is people who are low in negative emotions. So if some people have higher negative emotions like anxiety, fear, they are less likely to adopt new products and stick with what they know, right? So Google search is still highly popular, and highly impactful still because a lot of people don't want to switch from Google search. All right, so that's the overall of it. But we can go deep into the exact sort of neuronal patterns in the brain and why that's the case a little bit later.
Yeah. Okay. Good. We did a trade show recently in Australia, and we had LLMs plastered on our wall, and a lot of people just did not, in the e-commerce industry, e-commerce managers, weren't familiar with the term LLM. So I've dumbed it down a little to just, when we're talking about LLMs, we're just going to talk about ChatGPT, because everybody knows what ChatGPT is. Probably this audience is a lot more sophisticated, but I was talking to a client today, and I just said, I talked about ChatGPT and its 6 cousins, because I don't want to have to reel off every flavor of LLM. But essentially, we're talking about the difference between the incumbent, which is 96% Google search is bringing all this e-commerce organic revenue, and the new kids on the block. Let's just call it ChatGPT or ChatGPT and its 6 cousins, and we all know what we're talking about.
Yes.
So what are these different mental models? So when I go to Google search and I try and find something, what's happening in my brain? Just that, what we think a lot about is the intent, and there's been a lot of talk about intent. We think about it, the intent behind the words, and then the words are going to be used either in Google search or they're going to be used in ChatGPT and its 6 cousins. And so what is the mental model that's going on when I go to do a Google search to buy something?
Yeah, so when you try to use Google search, people tend to use short searches. So 2 or 3 words or 4 words. They hardly do sentences, right? So they're basically searching like would you search in a shopping mall, like trying to like keywords and trying to find those keywords. However, the ChatGPT one is you can have a conversation with it. So that activates the social elements in the brain. So when you talk to a human being, you're part of the brain that's compute the social interaction activates, but it doesn't activate when you're doing Google search. So because you're using Google search as a tool, not as a conversation with someone. Right? So that would be the 2 biggest difference.
And there's a part of the world that's learned to have conversations, and then they're so entrenched in, say, having a conversation with ChatGPT that they then end up Googling, and they find that they're trying to have a conversation with Google, which is predominantly kind of keyword driven, and you kind of get caught. Oh, I'm not in the environment that I just got used to.
Yeah. Also, some people are not familiar with talking to their digital tools, right? Or having a conversation with them. They just type a few keywords and that's enough for them. That's a minority of people do tend to have a conversation, but majority of people do not have a conversation with their tools. They just use it and then they leave after they satisfied with the result.
Do you have any insights into the actual audio usage of computers? Because I know, my sister got into it very early. I tried a little bit with Siri. I got frustrated. I dropped it.
Yes.
I guess there was a period of time where audio was going to take over, right? Siri was so amazing that everyone's going to be talking to their computer, and it just didn't take off, right?
Yeah, that was a hype cycle. That was a example of a hype cycle where Series and home what they call home computers type of thing, so you can talk to in your home to turn on the lights and stuff like that. So that was a cool thing, but then people stopped using it because it was driven by novelty. So novelty activate dopamine spike in the brain. However, if you don't form habits after that novelty spike, it will naturally die down and people stop using it. Or, as you said, Simon, that if you had like 2 or 3 negative experiences with Siri or a chatbot, you would just stop using it. Go, oh, she's stupid. I don't want to deal with it. I'll just type into Google search and that's the end of that. So like because it's more likely that you have a negative experience when you have a conversation with the robot. The robot might misinterpret your intentions, or you might be giving off the wrong questions, etc. Or maybe your accent is off and the robot didn't catch it, right? So all of those factors makes people turn it off eventually and then just stick to what they know best.
Yeah, actually, I mean, if we just talk for a moment about the evolution of ChatGPT, they tried search about a year ago. I gave a talk and showed that it just brought up completely bogus websites. This was the very beginning of the search GPT, the attack on Google. Yeah. Russian site. I was trying to buy a presentation clicker. Russian sites, Saudi Arabian sites with no traffic for the last 5 years. It was the most bizarre assembly of kind of, bizarre attempt at anything remotely useful. I did a whole talk showing just all of these failures, and then they did a Bing tie-up late last year. That's curious. Obviously, it's important because they have a close relationship with Microsoft. But Bing's got a 4% market share of the search market, so they weren't exactly going with the leader. And then they did Search GPT, and then they decided a couple of months ago to release that they're going to build a crawler, which feels like they're going back to 1998 when Google created a crawler. Now that could be because they're going to go into these new devices. But search has been elusive. They've done a tie-up with Shopify. You and I tested it yesterday, and it was crazy. It found a couple of pool tubes. The first 2 listings were actually quite good. I was blown away. Like I'd never seen ChatGPT actually have any efficacy on its search. But the 2 listings, the first 2 were identical, went to the same page. And the third one was not relevant. And then when I went to Google, I got the plethora of stuff related to that product that I was kind of, this is what I really want. Huge effort for a multi-billion-dollar company has been to just get a search result that's not bogus. So search is obviously a lot harder than they thought. Anything in e-commerce is incredibly difficult. This is why they're doing the tie-ups with Shopify to try and actually get the data structures and get access in behind the scenes to actually have search that works. So in the past, some services have died off. We talked about Siri. I mean, that's pretty much dead. So what's different about Google search in our lives, and what position does it hold in our brains collectively, having been here for 25 years?
Yes. We can go into a little bit of different examples of services that have died, right? So we can talk about BlackBerry versus iPhone. So when iPhone came out, it was a revolutionary product, and with no keyboard or any physical elements of it, and people switched to it within 5 years or so. They switched to the smartphone model away from the BlackBerry. And also streaming services like Netflix became the dominant force in the market, leaving behind the disc-based, DVDs and VCD-based shops and renting and lending DVDs died off, right? So because they were better products, however, the adoption is not as instant. It takes some time, a few years to catch up. Right? For Google search, and we can look at what Google search replaced, right? So before Google search became popular, we had Yahoo search and some other search engines. And the problem with them, they were quite good, but the problem with them is they are very clunky and they have a lot of stuff on it. So there's a lot of different links, news, and there's a lot of different features on it. But with Google search, and this is documented in their biographies in Google designers and Google founders, is Google search is they made it extremely simple. Right? They took away 90% of the features that are already in the dominant like Yahoo search, that they kept it extremely simple. So just one bar and say type in what you want to know. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Anything on the internet.
You could say that ChatGPT, with its cognitive agent at the front, is inspired by the Google search bar, right? It's just like a blank screen prompt.
Yes.
It's Google search 2.0, right? In fact, Google even invented the technology behind it. But what I'm getting at is what place does the pathways that are in our brain hold in terms of our willingness to jump into the new paradigm, for it to be critical
unwillingness
mass.
to jump.
Yeah.
Unwillingness to jump. Yeah. So there's something called the energy conservation. So the brain likes to conserve energy at all times.
Right.
At every stage of your waking moment. So the way the brain solves that issue is it creates habits, it creates familiar patterns of behavior, right? So you have a morning routine, you have certain routines that your life naturally takes shape if you go to work, etc. You drive.
I've got an example. I worked with a guy at Shell. It was at Shell in New Orleans, and he used to park on the 17th floor of the car park. And he drove me into the car park one day, and like there were all these floors that were empty, and we're going all the way up to the 17th floor, and we're parking right next to the elevator. And we get out and like, Brian, why are we parking here? Like, why do we have to do this? He's like, well, because on any day, I know this park is free. No matter how full it is, I know this park is free. That's an example of conservation of energy. It doesn't have to think. It's a habit, kind of weird, but so that's our energy conservation.
Yes. So when it's exactly like your example, the person they know, because the familiarity of that knowledge that car park is always free, and then they always drive to it. It's actually their brain work faster, even when they're climbing to the 17th floor to park. Their brain is actually work faster than if they park on the first floor, even if the first floor.
Let's give a test to everyone. If you went to an event last week or last month, the last event you went to, you didn't know how you're going to get there. Because I tried this. I went to one of Ken's events last week, and I said to people there, how did you get here? Did you use ChatGPT? And people were like, didn't even answer the question like it was a rhetorical question. It wasn't a rhetorical question. They were like, of course not, what did you use? Google Maps, maybe Apple Maps. So when we talk about Google search, Google's got we're deliberately not really talking about Gemini and its whole AI play, because all the revenue for all of our brands is organic, is 98, 99%. The world is still pouring through Google search, AdWords, Google My Business, Google Maps. So there's a conservation going on because we've learned how to do something, and this last point, how can Google adapt? If you listen to Sundar, he talks about, it's almost like he's doing this, that someone has to do a massive, I know a guy who merged two banks together. Like, it's a massive undertaking. He knows what he's got to move to, but he's also got 8.5 billion used searches a day to slowly get there. And that's the way it feels like. We invented the stuff, other people ran away with it. We've got all the commerce, we've got all the revenue, and we're going to just do it a piece at a time because we can't break anything. Just like we do a site migration for people. We're doing a site migration on our own sites, and we're changing Australia, and then we leave that for a while, and now we're going to go to a .digital domain, and then we're going to go to move everything to the like it's slow because you don't want to lose anybody, you want to lose any traffic. So I think the adaptation is like the iceberg under the water that we don't really see what's going on there. But you can scream blue murder and say, oh no, forget Google search because it's all going to be ChatGPT and its 6 cousins. All right. This really is a counter to the earlier session. So habits, saving energy, simplicity, speed, serotonin. This is what you've just been talking about, that we've got these habits where it's all about conservation. There is a simplicity about it. There's a speed about it. Even it might be a bit wacky, doesn't make sense. I remember my wife didn't want to get to a smartphone. She was like, oh no, I like my little clamshell piece of crap thing from Vodafone. And serotonin. Tell us about the chemical serotonin and why it's tied into this whole world that we live in with Google search.
So serotonin, it gives it does mood regulation. It gives a feeling of security. It gives a feeling that things are going to be okay, right? So when people try to make their environment secure by forming routines and habits, right? So we talked about saving energy, and they like to simplify the world because the world is complex and has a lot of conflicting, competing information. So they simplify the world and then put them in habits. So when they do that, like using Google search, every time you need to search something and ignore all other tools that could be better, is there because the serotonin is driving that action, right? And also, if they have had positive experiences on Google in the past, right, consistently positive experiences, then that reinforces the habit, right? So, and even like Google search became so popular that it became a cultural word. Like Google, it's replaced the word search. So when I say I'm gonna Google something, like that's a word that we made up because Google became the dominant search of all internet searches, and because of that habit formation is very, very strong.
And we could be saying the same thing about some of the marketplaces like Amazon, right? It's still in this habits line, saving energy, simplicity, speed, serotonin. If it's not here today, I just get used to all this. I just get used to it very quickly.
People are also risk averse, right? They don't want to take risk, especially when they have to make high risk decision making. They stick to the familiar options.
I think that's some of the damage that GPT is doing in search. The efficacy has been appalling, and even with a little bit of efficacy now, the first time I've ever found a good result was literally you and I preparing for this, and I was blown away. And then I was like, oh, actually, it's not that good a result. I just can't believe that it got something right. And but it burns bridges. It's like, how many times do I use Siri when it doesn't give me the right response before I go, it's too risky. I don't want to spend the energy on the newness and have it's like the opposite. And then I got disappointment. I've got all my attention when I'm writing a CV and excitement when I can put out a press release or a LinkedIn post, or I'm getting this dopamine of how I live my life differently. And then, is that restaurant open, or what restaurant? I showed you 4 restaurants in Chiswick. 2 are in Barnes, 1 was in Richmond. I mean, efficacy is terrible for some things. And when that's what you want, it introduces a risk factor, and we go back to our habits that are saving energy. We've got simplicity, speed, and serotonin. Anything else about the dopamine hit of the ChatGPT and its 6 cousins, the Geminis, the Copilots, the
like when ChatGPT became a phenomenon on the internet, is driven by young people, like the youth, people, basically students in universities and high schools started using it to cheat on exams, right? That was basically how it started become popular. Uh, Also, the dopamine is higher in younger people, right? They like novelty, but people who have been using like Google search, older people that have been using Google search for decades, the dopamine and newness, they actually might find that risky, right? They don't find that exciting, and so they would like to stick with it. And also, dopamine has a drop off. So when you have a novelty response, dopamine spikes very, 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 very high, and then it also drops down very quickly, right? So if you don't capture your audience within that spike moment, you will lose it. And if you don't form the habit of people keep using the tool, you will just lose them forever because the
Yeah.
novelty is very, very
Okay.
quickly.
I'm just going to go through it to the one more. Yeah, just I'm just gonna comment over these so we get through to that final slide. So, e-commerce really grew up with Google as well as the other social media platforms, and we're seeing a change. And everything about Web 1.0 and Web 2.0 is kind of embodied in Google search. In essence, the whole agency world and the e-com platform world has all these checks and balances, and Google's got this open system that kind of welcomes any participation. So what's been challenging about the ChatGPT world is that it's closed, and it's only in the last 4 weeks that ChatGPT has opened up documentation, tech specs. Like we are about 4 weeks into a crack into one of the LLMs that is really meaningful for us as organic traffic, revenue generators. That's what we do. We bring traffic in to generate. So we've talked a little bit about the older brains. I liked what you said about the youth. It's like there is like a youth grab of knowledge, a thirst for knowledge, and suddenly I don't have to go and study for 3 years, or I don't have to go and work in a firm for 6 years. I can just grab this knowledge, So there is a massive shift. So the AI rush is real, but really what keeps our eye on things is that organic revenue, right? Think what I want people here to think about is what proportion of organic revenue is flowing through Google search versus ChatGPT and its 6 cousins. And it's like 98, 99%. No one's got the numbers on it. It's nobody's really talking about the organic revenue that's coming off this traffic. So strategy is all about organic revenue and the language. And this is the final thing I just want to wrap up here. So thank you, Ken. Been amazing to hear you talk. And words drive all our searching and our prompting. It's people using words and buying stuff online. So you've got to really look at the language-led e-commerce revenue strategy that you're running. That's critical. And I think we're at time there. Alexia, hi.
Hi. Thank you so much for the session, guys. I am wondering if you can give us a piece of, I don't know if advice or a tips and tricks for our audience, like anything you would like to be particularly shared at the end of the session.
Well, just that. I don't think brands have scratched the surface of the money that they can make off Google search. I mean, we that's what we set out to do 4 years ago, was to just focus on the money, not the impressions and the clicks. And barely got out of the gate, and it's not going away. I mean, Ken and I were saying, we think Google Search is here for about 5 years, just throwing money at the brands that want to actually pay attention and do the deep work. So I think that's the key thing. It's just focus. Don't get sidetracked. Focus on the money trail out of Google Search, and then the second piece is that hedge your bets and have a large language model strategy and be optimizing for that. But don't expect the payback from that.
Yeah,
that's more just preparing you.
And don't underestimate the status quo bias. People like to stay in the status quo and familiarity than the average people, right, who are not early adopters. So you have to be very careful, because the average people are the people that spend the most money on e-commerce, right? So you got to be careful about.
We are the ones spending the most money on e-commerce, right? All right, yes. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. Tell us where we can find you. I would say LinkedIn, but
yeah, my QR code's there. It's my contact book. So let's just scan the QR code or hit me up.
Yeah, my website is called pelconsulting.org. So that's my business, and you'll see me there, my contact information. Okay.
All right, perfect. Thank you, guys. I will now gently kick you off from the stage so we can welcome the next panel. Thank you so much for being here, and chat with you soon. All right. Well, the next panel is something that is very dear to me, because we are going to talk about AI in retention, which is the area where I am particularly focused in nowadays. As a very short introduction about myself, I am the product growth manager at OmniConvert, and I have been working in e-commerce from a brand perspective, agency perspective, and now from a product perspective, helping businesses grow. And I want to welcome our amazing panelists today. So we've got everyone here.
Hello.
All right. And let's take this off. All right, we've got Maurice, Tim, Lucy, and Talia. I'm glad to see the only two women in this in this event in my panel, which I'm not mad about. All right. Well, first of all, would you guys be able to help me with a short description of what you do, introduction, and basically what are you doing in retention, because this panel is about retention. Who wants to start? Otherwise, I'm pointing fingers.
I can go first. Hey guys, my name is Tim Richardson. I'm the co-founder of Factory. We're an AI-first commerce agency. We work with direct-to-consumer and multi-channel brands. And what we do is work with them to make better conversion, smarter retention, and all with the use of practical AI application. We also run Offcuts, which is a podcast and a newsletter where we explore the intersection of commerce, culture, and AI. And in terms of what we do, we do a lot of retention marketing with our clients. It's the stuff that you could imagine: Klaviyo, loyalty, subscription, etc. I'm not going to speak too much on that because I have my co-founder here, Lucy, which I might go to after this. Nice to be here.
Thanks, Tim.
Great to have you.
So I am Lucy, co-founder of Factory. And Tim sort of summarized it pretty well. We are very interested in how you can use AI effectively to help people with retention, but I'm looking forward to discuss where it's still maybe not quite right, and where it should be approached with caution. My day-to-day, I'm helping our customers think about retention, but not in a kind of scattergun, just looking purely at getting as many people on your mailing list as possible, but actually knowing who your customers are and working out the best way to speak to them. And it might not always be the best way of speaking to one person. It is the best way of speaking to somebody else, and AI can be very helpful with that.
Yeah, so thank you so much. You actually tapped into my first question, but I'm gonna let everyone introduce themselves, and then I'm gonna kickstart that.
Shall I be the next? My name is Maurice. I'm working for Online Dialogue. There's a CRO, Dutch CRO company. Yes, we work with retention, but we especially work with CRO and experimentation, A/B testing, and research on customers. But our main goal is to recognize and to learn our customers better and better, to become to let our customers grow in a better way. So retention is certainly a part of it, but not the only part. So that's
all right. That's exactly right.
Okay, so my turn. So I'm Talia Wolf, and I'm the founder of Get Uplift, which is a conversion optimization agency. And we focus entirely on optimizing for customer first experiences. So everything that we do is around creating better experiences that are around psychology and emotion, and looking at the entire funnel. So from the beginning all the way through to retention. So as Maurice mentioned, not just retention, but every touch point in the funnel, and just making sure that people are heard, seen, and getting the experiences that they want to convert to and are looking for.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Talia. All right, well, let's kick this with the most heard thing on LinkedIn around retention. And this is something that I am particularly struck with, because every time we hear about retention, AI and post-purchase experiences, everyone is talking about personalization. I mean, I'm all for personalization. I feel like you need to treat each customer differently, but I feel like the way people are talking about personalization is not that in-depth, or not that I mean, it's not just changing the name in an email or showing a few particular products in front of a particular customer. It's more than that, right? Like, what's your take on personalization?
I would say that I think the biggest issue right now is that personalization kind of feels like a template at this point. So it's based on like rules and kind of different segments, and we're trying to put consumers into buckets and then say, okay, if you do this, then that. And yes, obviously first name is one example, but it's a lot of like the basic stuff like good morning, good evening, like really even like currency. So we're thinking about different rules that we can create per behavioral, so different behavior that people are doing. But honestly, from my experience, what I've seen, that real personalization starts way before that. And that is with what you know about your customers, why they buy from you, and why they've hired your product, your solution, your service to help them. A lot of the times we're really focusing on the features, the pricing, and we're really focusing on very specific elements when it comes to optimization. And what we should be focusing on, what are the emotions that drove them? Why did they buy? What solutions are they looking for? How do they feel right now? How do they want to feel? And once you know that, then you can create a more personalized experience that really touches on those pieces. It's not the elements that you're using, like first name, currency, or the time. It's what you're saying to people.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. I think we're nowadays on a breakthrough of personalization. We are talking about it's about 10 years. But a lot of companies get disappointed, like you say, Talia, because of the automated rules. They are based on rules. You tick 3 times on the yellow swimsuit, and it keeps following you on in campaigns on.
You're
on
not
Google,
gonna wear
etc.
anything other than yellow. Like once they see you trying something yellow, they're like, "This is a yellow person."
But I think based on what we now learn on AI, we can create contextual measurement and messages for our customers. So real personalization is, I think, only starting now at this moment, because we have now better tools to create the real real message and real context for our customers.
I might just jump in here. I agree with that. I might challenge it slightly in the sense that I think we're talking about personalization at scale. And so I think, to take a step back, it depends the stage and the journey of the brand, right? I think real personalization is much easier to do when you're really small, right? You can handwrite letters to every single customer. I think obviously it changes quite dramatically as you scale. And what we're talking about here is personalization at scale. So my sense is that, we are probably on the cusp of, to your point, Maurice, like great personalization, hyper personalization through the use of AI and all of the amazing tools that we've got at scale now. But prior to that, I think a lot can be said for thinking about the way in which you communicate brand moments with your customers that have got some element of personal nature to it. As I said, as you grow, you cannot write 300,000 thank you cards, I don't think, anyway. So that's where all of this lovely stuff that we're talking about becomes incredibly applicable.
Right. I would just say that I definitely agree. And I think the art that I guess I'm talking about is more, how do you know what to write in those personal cards, right? So they don't actually have to be handwritten personalized cards, but you can use AI, you can use different tools to get them into mass production and send them out. What matters is what you're actually writing in there, what you're putting in there. And with that, especially with AI, garbage in, garbage out. So the less you know about your customers and you put into AI, the worse kind of feedback you're going to get into it. And if you're using it just to create content, that's kind of what you're going to get, like really kind of garbage stuff. The more you know about your customers, the better you can personalize those things. So I completely
love
agree.
it that I've been around AI for a long time, but I never, until I met you guys, I never heard the phrase garbage in, garbage out. And I totally agree with that. I was always like, well, you have to write good prompts to get good results, right? I mean, if you write bad prompts, you're gonna get bad results. But I now hear, like, this is the third time in this event where garbage in, garbage out is mentioned. I'm like, how did I not hear that?
Yeah, and
Maurice, you're the one
who
mentioned that to me, actually.
Yeah. True. But I think it's not only you mentioning prompts as garbage, but it's also data.
Yeah.
And when you want to do what Talia's mentioning, and Tim, we have loads of people we want to have a personal message towards. Then you really should use data instead of a prompt. You need the data and the behavior around that data to understand what message is fitting to the person. So the garbage in this part is really also the data part. What kind of data are you putting in your AI tool or stuff to get the right message out?
Agreed.
Yeah. That's exactly right. All right. Well, let's get on with the question that you kind of asked me to ask, because you mentioned a couple of tools that you're using, in the sense of I am using tools, and I'm wondering what specific tools do you use, and what specific combos, let's say, you would recommend for your customers or for the brands you work with, or like overall, what tools make your life easier. I'm gonna guess you will say ChatGPT, because this is a no-brainer response, because everyone uses that. But I am wondering if you have tips and tricks on how to use it, or other tools that you use. Let's let Lucy first, because she didn't answer the last question.
Lucy is having terrible connection problems, so I'm sort of smiling knowingly, but I'm getting every third word. But I will. If you guys can hear me, I'll just keep chatting, and then you just cut me off, Alexia, if you can't hear me.
Great.
A tool that I use today, which I absolutely adore because it's saved me in some hot water, is a tool called storefront.dev. Now, what you can actually do with storefront.dev is you can get it to build whole apps for you. But I have not, as an agency founder, needed to use that because we have very talented devs we still work with. But today we had a scope change, and I needed to get something redesigned and rebuilt in a very short period of time. And so I was able to just take what I wanted in terms of the requirements and a sort of screenshot of what I wanted it to look like, very, very ugly, sort of like mock-up I'd made. And I said, can you build this for me? And I typed it in as a prompt, and out it came, and I was able to do that. Now, I would always prefer to work with a UX UI designer for a full site redesign, but in this scenario, I would have had to go and find a designer, pay them for half a day, get them to do this tiny piece of work, which wouldn't have been very exciting or even interesting for them to do. And they would have lost a day of this project because we're very near to launch. So those sort of things, we wouldn't have been able to do that, I think, even a year ago. So I'm really glad they exist. And it kind of forces you to get better at writing prompts as well. You have to be really, really clear, because you're not just asking it to write you an email, it's code. So yeah, I would say storefront.dev. If you haven't checked that out, guys, definitely do. It's a super powerful tool, great for prototyping and getting you out of sticky situations.
Yeah, I have used Lovable for a couple of I have used Lovable in the past, but I feel like it gets better once you spend 2 days working in it, because I was like, well, this is going to be very easy. I'm going to spend 2 hours and build a website with a AI tool. And I realized 2 days later that it did not take me 2 hours. It took me 2 days. So yeah, AI tools are great. You have to learn to use them. All right. Any other tools
on that? I was just going to say that I think on that note, I think it's important. Like, what I love about what you said, Lucy, is how you were using it. I had a problem. I needed to fix it. #agency life. And had to like just find a product. I knew what I was trying to create. I knew what I needed, and I created it. And I think before we like jump into tools, I think that's the biggest issue, is that right now, I would say there are 2 big ways you can use AI. One is like outsource it, what a lot of people are doing, which is kind of like outsourcing thinking and content and everything to AI and expecting it to just create things from scratch for you. And that's what it looks like. And the other way of using AI is when you're using it to hone in your skills, brainstorm, create better things, solve your problems, go back and forth and keep fixing and honing in on it. So what I would say is, even if the only tool you're using is ChatGPT, which is a great tool, I would urge people to think about how they're using it. What the content that we're seeing everywhere, the spam that we're seeing everywhere, is a result of people just outsourcing like very small tasks to things that they don't want to do themselves. But the way we should be using AI is really to help us be better at what we're already doing. So I just loved what you were saying, Lucy, about how you were using it to solve a very specific problem. And I think that's how we should all be using it.
Yeah. I might extend this thought. I'll jump in, Maurice, and then you can go. I'll keep my answer to less than 3.5 minutes. So totally agree with what you're saying, Talia, and obviously Lucy and I are very aligned. I think to take a step back, and you kind of hit the nail on the head there, you really do need to think about the problems that you're trying to solve first. Really, that's it. And then the tooling, it might be AI, it may not be, that's great. But the way in which we think about AI, which I think is useful to frame it within the context of this conversation, is there's external AI. That is the way in which a consumer will experience your brand through AI. And the previous conversation was kind of that. There's agentic search, there's agentic payments, there's going to be AI fit finders, etc. Right? So that's one bit that a brand needs to consider, is the way in which a consumer will consume their brand through AI. There is a world in which websites will not be the same as what they are in 5 years' time. They will be some sort of agentic experience, right? That is a thing that is coming, and how that will play out, we're not too sure, right? The second bit, and the bit that we do most of our advice on, is internal AI. And ultimately, internal AI is the way in which you use this technology to make yourself more efficient and likely more profitable, right? And that has got this huge plethora of tools, the way in which you think about it. The way we think about it is the future company will be this augmented AI kind of human experience, right? And it sounds a bit sci-fi, but that's the way in which we're building Factory, and we're imparting this knowledge into our own clients. So within that, there are a zillion tools and different ways of thinking. But really, within that model of making yourself more efficient and more profitable, you need to figure out what are the problems that you're trying to solve, and then apply AI kind of accordingly. The other component, which I think sits within the kind of internal AI discussion, but slightly to the side, and I think it's something that is a huge gap and potential opportunity area, is AI governance. That's AI ethics, AI compliance, and AI legal, right? Great example is we have got a brand that are incredibly sustainable. Sustainability is at the core of their brand, of everything that they do. AI currently uses a lot of water and energy, etc.
Yeah.
Do they use it? Do they not? I can't quite remember if they are, but like if they are B Corp, how does B Corp handle this kind of conversation, right? That's a whole podcast, live stream, whatever you want to call it, half-day workshop, 3-day event for anyone who wants to throw one, and so therefore then you extend on into AI compliance and AI legal and the way in which you are using AI and from a data perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in answer to your question, I love GPT. I'm a fanboy, but it's a much wider conversation. Over to you, Maurice.
Of course.
Yes, thank you. And we shouldn't forget that there is a lot of AI in existing tools we all know very well. So we are a heavy user of Airtable. That's our knowledge bank for all our customers. And within Airtable, there's a lot of AI stuff which we can use to discover new opportunities for our customers, because we can create prompts into Airtable, and then from different hypotheses there will be a new test ID, and that kind of stuff is already happening in Airtable, because of Airtable is seeing the importance of AI and is developing that kind of stuff. The funny thing is, a lot of people, and it's mentioned here as well, is ChatGPT. But when I ask my developers on which tool are you using AI to create code much quicker, they all call GitHub.
Yeah.
The GitHub has also AI opportunities, and they now the developers all say that's much more better and much more trustworthy than ChatGPT. So you see, and we are still trying out and discovering, and it's not that it's very founded in our processes, but we are playing with those kind of tools. But the developers are preferring GitHub already. Other funny thing we are now just trying and just piloting on is a Duet AI from Google, and that's interesting stuff, because Duet AI is promising that they are using your Google information on analytics on other platforms to combine information and combine data, so they have a broad view on your behavior, and then AI is using that contextual to give you better advice on your data. So just trying and learning, not in our process yet, but that's very interesting, because a lot of people are mentioning Google is out. ChatGPT is the winner, but Google has the information, has the history, and they now are creating stuff that history becomes very important for new AI inventions which they create. So I think Google isn't out yet, and they are very smart moving towards the history and the legacy they have on the years that they are already in our
No, I'm sure they'll find a way. Everyone finds a way, right? I mean, in my opinion, there is like a bubble that needs to burst. I feel like everyone has been talking about AI, implementing AI, but now we're actually seeing results and seeing how it will change our world. I mean, right now, what we know, as you mentioned, Tim, like, it consumes a lot of water, it consumes a lot of energy. And there will be some radical changes with how we will implement AI in our day-to-day lives to accommodate the planet as well, right? And hope, God bless.
You make a really interesting point there, Alexia. I was just on a podcast before I jumped on here. Check it out; it's coming out Thursday. The prediction there was that there needs to be a correction within the market at some point. There's too much heat here. Like, it's too hot. Like, I think a good example being, I was chatting to somebody earlier today, and we were talking about automating some stuff with NAN, right? And it was just some basic internal workflow, and they can't quite get it to work. And I've been trialing it out. We can't quite get it to work. So if you think about us at this like really micro level, we are spending time, energy, and effort trying to make this automation work, and it's not quite there, right? So there's an sort of the ROI on it is kind of non-existent. So you extrapolate that out to Unilever, and they're doing it and spending loads and loads and loads of money and not necessarily getting the return on investment. There's probably going to be some sort of correction in the market whereby just some of the heat kind of gets taken off and the hype just goes down. I do not think, though, this is going to suffer the same fate as Web3. My sense is that AI is a real thing, and it is disrupting. But yeah, there will be a correction to your point.
I mean, I don't know whether you guys remember just after COVID, the pandemic, all of those sort of like bike courier, like instant delivery services exploded. And in London, at least, there were like 25. And then suddenly one day, someone came around and bought them all, and there was just one. And I just wonder whether that's kind of the direction we're going in with AI as well, because we've proven people like being able to order ice cream to their house at like 6 o'clock in the morning, or wine after the shops have shut. And in the same way, we've proven people want to be able to use this technology, but people are not necessarily loyal about which tool they're using, as long as it's effective and it's there and it works.
It's helping their lives. You mentioned a interesting point before, Tim, about how we will kind of see a bit of a change as well. I do remember, and I hope it's not going to be some sort of, you know, how they banned plastic straws to help pollute the waters less, and like, you know, catching a couple tons of fish is polluting the oceans as, I don't know, a full year of plastic straws around the world. So I hope we are going to find some solutions to these issues. And I'm wondering if you guys have any opinions of when it's unethical to use AI in terms of working with clients and retentions and stuff like that. Like, what would be the limits?
I might be able to add some color here, and then I'd be curious to get the other guys' thoughts.
Please.
Well, you need to be careful if you're putting sensitive information into the web version of ChatGPT. That's going out into the internet, and so therefore, hence why I think AI governance is a big topic and probably not being discussed as much as it can be. So that, I would say, is not necessarily unethical, but people got to be a bit careful with what they kind of like do, right? Like that's the thing. And my sense is that a lot of brands are already doing this unknowingly, right? Their teams are using these tools and potentially putting sensitive information out there into the internet. So I think whether that's unethical, maybe needs some governance around it. But the way in which you kind of like lock that down, so you use ChatGPT, for instance, and you're using the web version that's going out, you can then use a sort of a slightly more hygienic way of using it, where you're using the ChatGPT API. That's a better way. And then the kind of next step up from that is you are kind of creating a slightly more locked down ecosystem using like a vector database and a RAG system, and you're only calling information that you kind of need. So that's kind of like some of the projects that we're currently scoping out are more within that world. Next stage is like building your own LLM, but I don't know anyone who's got the capital to do that. Maybe Mr. Bezos. So yeah, I think that's probably not necessarily an ethical thing, but it sits within our kind of thinking around, like, I suppose you'd call it governance. So AI ethics, legal, compliance, etc.
And I think also to be ethical, you know, as agency, you know, providers, you need to be giving people good advice. It's unethical to be giving people bad advice and knowing it's bad advice, but just thinking, oh, people haven't caught on yet. So we need to hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we're giving people responsible like inputs into how to use these tools, because a lot of the time I don't know about you guys, but we're telling our clients to use this stuff and they're really excited by it, but they're also trusting us to tell them how to do it. So I think that's pretty fundamental. Yeah. Another thing that one of our clients was mentioning the other day was she said, you know, I'm bored of this dialogue that, you know, it's coming for your jobs, because, you know, I think the future is obviously, yes, it's going to take jobs, but you know, I've already got a job, yada yada. And then one of her colleagues said, no, I actually really disagree with you, because we went to an event run by a sort of a tech platform, which I shan't mention, and they were saying the thing about our brilliant new product is, you know, if you've got a tiny team, now you don't need to hire another person, because our AI is going to allow them to do X, Y, and Z. So she said, and it said on the same day at the same event, AI is not going to take anyone's jobs. So it's sort of, you know, it's maybe not going to take a job that you already have if you learn to use AI effectively, but it may prevent, you know, spaces opening up where you might have been able to go in and do a sort of junior level or like data entry level kind of job. You're not going to have those anymore. And so, yeah, I think we do need to think about what all those people are going to do when they finish school or university, because they would have probably started doing something quite, you know, boring but important and repetitive and learning, and now they're going to have to come in more at a mid-level. So how do you upskill in that way? I think that's kind of, for me, like the big unethical thing. because I think you could solve the problem of the environmental impact of AI. I mean, I can't, but I'm hoping someone's working on it. I don't think you can necessarily solve the problem of it's going to make people more effective, and therefore we're not going to need less of them.
I will say, I think, first of all, I love the just talking about authenticity for a second, because I think as we progress more into a world of AI, people are craving more and more community, meeting people face to face, and just like touching a second on like misleading people, or even just like obviously as an agency, but also just take a look at LinkedIn. I mean, it's
what are you talking about, Talia? I do not understand what you're talking about.
it's a mess. And I think this kind of feels, I mean, we go on LinkedIn and there's like a bunch of hundreds of people on there either telling you that AI is coming for your job, or telling you that they're using 25 tools and every day there's a new tool and you're stupid and dumb, and like, how are you not doing all this? And that's it, it's done, you're gone. Like, wait for your next paycheck, it's not coming. Like, it really is this fear-mongering, like, crazy race. And a lot of it is because a lot of these people are building their brand, building positioning around this, dare I say, I don't want to curse, but anyway, it really is very inauthentic. And it's scaring a lot of people. And the reason I bring this up is because then I recently spoke at 2 events last week, and you meet people and you hear all these conversations, and people are frightened. Like, they don't know, like, am I behind? Am I not behind? Like, I'm just using GPT for this, or I'm using Claude for this. I'm using Notebook LM. Is that okay? Like, people are scared. And I think this whole kind of rush to cancel things and say this is dead and that is dead and you're not getting a job, and like all that is completely, it's just horrible. It's not even humane. Like, it's not human. And also us, like, as anyone who is using AI in any way, should be talking about how they're using it and just normalizing it, because I think we should all normalize the fact that none of us know what we're doing. We're all learning it from scratch. Like, there's no, unless you're working at OpenAI, and you're the only one that can say expert at AI. Like, that's the only person. And I think that is so inauthentic. And just, I really do believe that we're going to need a lot more just like face-to-face, in-person communities and meetups for that, just because there's just so much fear-mongering and making stuff up. And yeah, that to me is the most inauthentic thing, and like saying, I don't know, human.
The strange thing in this whole discussion about ethical and unethical is, what's unethical in AI? It should be the same when you use a website or internet or doing an experiment on an A/B test. Then you have the same kind of basic rules of what's ethical or unethical. But we are now replacing it with AI, and we think that there is a new set of rules on ethics. I don't think so. But we have to learn, and I'm going a long way back. I created some first professional websites in the insurance world in the Netherlands around 2000. I recognize a lot of those hype cycle now on AI. In those days, you should have used the website as a new thing, and everyone went off their job because internet was the new stuff. Yeah, okay, it was the new stuff with new rules and new basics, but we're still here and we still have jobs and they change because of the internet. And I think the same will happen with AI. Of course, jobs will change, work will become more easy, but people have they taken advantage of the part that they make people afraid of the fact that you lose jobs or everything is going away from you. I think that's not the case. The trends will always be running more slowly than you expect, and
I feel like everyone is I feel like there is a general sense of FOMO, like we are always feeling like we're missing out on something, not going on enough holidays, not making enough money, not making enough sales, not having a good enough work-life balance. Like, everything around me is telling me that I'm doing a wrong, I'm doing a bad job top at everything, like, and I feel like what is more complicated in that sense, especially for brands and entrepreneurs, is that you are running a endless cycle of getting clients, making clients come back, developing new products. Like, entrepreneurs are never like, they're never finished. There's always gonna be something to do, and there's always gonna be something to mess up, something to learn from, something to do, basically. And I'm wondering if you noticed any. I'm going kind of a little bit back into the retention space. Have you tried using or have you seen any peculiar things that AI tools recommended or found out, or things that you did not think before, in terms of getting these clients back and in the customer's retention journey? Does the question make sense? I'm wondering if I made it too long and lost my words while saying the sentence.
Talia, you might be able to take this one.
Put her on the spot like that.
I feel like I've said enough about like how people are not doing a good job.
I think it's maybe not so much it's revealed something peculiar to me, but I think I'm always kind of slightly freaked out by asking questions like of any AI about something that's got very, very publicly available documentation like Shopify or Klaviyo or any kind of one of these tools, and you ask it a very simple question and it tells you something that you just know straight up is completely incorrect. So an example being, I was trying to work out how to set up a few different promotions for some subscribers we had for one of our clients. And the first thing it told me was write a Shopify script. And people who are familiar with Shopify will know that Shopify scripts have been deprecated and they just, you can't use them anymore. Or at least if you can, you shouldn't, because they're not supported. I don't know when they're being turned off, but soon, I think. Anyway, it printed me out sort of very pleased with itself, this whole process. And I was just going, this is completely useless. And so somebody who maybe was a little bit less familiar with what Shopify could and couldn't do in that scenario, it would have gone, you've got to be so careful. And I do think it's amazing how it still can, pick up very, very outdated information. And that always surprises me when it happens.
It does indeed. I also tried to use ChatGPT to kind of help me find out some things around Shopify's Shopify payment system or something, and it told me something totally far away from what I was looking for. Like, told me that I needed to authenticate my domain, make a contract, and I was like, fuck no. Sorry. But you're wrong, and I hope that everyone is taking everything that AI says with a pinch of salt.
Is this a good time to say how I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago, we used ChatGPT to plan a trip in Italy, and my husband and I were driving around for, I think, 45 minutes with 2 toddlers looking for a restaurant that does not exist. And then when I wrote to ChatGPT, where is this restaurant? And it goes, oh, this is not a real restaurant. It's just an example of a restaurant that could exist. And I'm like, okay, thank you. Cool. Grain of salt.
Yeah. Any other interesting things that AI showed you in terms of retention that you didn't particularly think of before, or have started using more often, or helped your life with?
I'm going to take a slight sidestep here. We've got Agnostus here in the chat, and he's saying that even calling it AI is using buzzwords. It's not intelligent. You people, you assumed you knew what intelligence is and ignorantly ran with it. It doesn't reason. It has no agency. It doesn't think. It doesn't know. It doesn't understand. I think that's an interesting call out. Can we get
Agnostus? Not wrong.
Can we get him up on stage? Does it have that personality? No, maybe not.
Unfortunately not, but I feel like it's right.
Insights, Agnostus. Yeah, feel free to hit us up afterwards and we can have a chat. To your question, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think to both the guys' points, you've got to be, I suppose it gets back to the sort of slightly, and not to suggest, Lucy, put garbage in, garbage out, but there's an element of like, I think it's kind of wrapped into an odd thing about like AI trust, AI stigma. There's this thing that's there, like there's this new technology and we're not quite sure how it works and we're wrapping our heads around it. And I think there's a couple of things going on. One, there's still, and I think that's changing, the stigma of using AI, right? I think maybe a little while ago, people were embarrassed to say, oh, I'd produced this thing with AI. Now, to take the point that you made, Talia, on LinkedIn, people don't seem to give a shit. They're just running with it. Like it's going crazy in terms of just like pure AI tripe, right? But then I think there is the kind of like trust element to it. You know, can you trust the information that's kind of coming out? And I think that that's changing, but I see that as a serious challenge kind of for the technology, right? And that's wrapped up in the way in which it's constructed and hallucination, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, so hopefully AI trust is getting better.
So I guess I'll add to that like you asking Alexia about how we use it. So what I will say is the way we've been at least using it in some cases is really analyzing behavior and emotional insight and surveys and interviews and using that information and retention behavior to put it into ChatGPT or any other tool and see what we can create from that, what we can find, what are the different experiences that people are going through, what they're feeling, what they like, what they don't like, in order to then create better emails for them or better experiences within the product. So I don't think it's a specific tool that I would call out and say, this is the tool that we use for retention. I think it's more about how we're using it in terms of the data and more correctly, the insights that we're able to put into AI and then use in order to optimize different retention sequences or product optimization. So a lot of the stuff that we've done has allowed us to increase onboarding, for example, within the product or even via email, just by calling out the right things, writing the right things, talking about specific pains or concerns or hesitations that people have and bringing those to the forefront.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we also use it for structuring information, and a nice example is we often use it now for rating and reviews to understand. We go to Trustpilot, we download all those ratings and reviews, and from a dozen of ratings and reviews, which normally you go by eye and then put it in Excel and hope a segment, but now it's much more easy and you can get a lot of useful insights out of those reviews. That's just a tiny example of the benefit of using AI for this kind of analyzing stuff.
Yeah, well, Maurice, this is exactly what I was about to show everyone, because we at OmniConvert have actually developed something new that I feel like will help brands with retention, which I'm going to demo in just 2 minutes to make sure we finish the panel first. So I wanted to ask you some, what would be your tips and tricks, or what are some things that you want people to get out of this session? Like, what is something that if you heard that the first time before scrambling around, would have made your life a little bit easier? Something like I made another long question. Who wants to start?
Yeah, for me personally, the most important thing for AI is using the right data. When you want, it's not about the prompt or the visual, and that's the LinkedIn hype, but it's when you're using your customer data and you can use it within the right AI tool to recognize patterns and to create algorithms. I think that's the next thing, the next big thing in to better understand the context of your customers, and that starts with the right data set. So you need data analysts, data scientists to help you with those questions and those stages to come at the end point, I think. And that's a lot of time overseen in the AI discussion. Without any decent data, then is again the garbage in and garbage out saying is there.
Yeah, that's totally right.
I might jump in. I'm not sure if Agnostus is trolling me personally, or is he trolling the group. I think we can agree that Agnostus is not a fan of AI. So
I wouldn't say it's
maybe not a fan of us.
I feel like it's not necessarily a bad intention, like what and I'm gonna show this on the screen. I feel like it's a opinion of someone who is a little bit no. Oh, all right. No, I think things are going
Agnostus,
in the
Maurice, Agnostus does not agree with your opinion that it is the damn data.
Yeah.
So I think we can agree that maybe Agnostus, you sit on one side of the spectrum. I would like to think that we all sit maybe somewhere in the middle of the spectrum. We are not full AI Kool-Aid, consumers to the nth degree. But to your point, Alexia, maybe to add a little bit of color, let's take away the AI conversation. And I think Lucy and I talk about it a lot. Most companies and the brands that we work with are a function of people, process, and kind of technology, right? And I think if you ask the right questions around where the gaps are within those pieces of your organization, you will find, and if you work with great people like the people that are on this panel and many others within the ecosystem, the answers to those questions. And maybe AI will be a solution to one of the answers to those questions. So be curious, ask loads of questions, think about your people, process, and technology and where you've got gaps. And I think that's a really good place to start. Agnostus has worked in AI for 20 years, so I think he should be on the panel. If I'm totally honest, guys. Yeah.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm gonna have a conversation with him. Unfortunately, I don't see the comment directly on LinkedIn. I only see it here in the studio. So hit me up after the conversation to the stream to continue the conversation. I'm really intrigued. All right. Anyone that has anything left to say before I do a small demo?
I guess my thing that I think it's always really helpful to remember, and I have to tell this to myself a lot of the time, and I think probably a lot of people who use Nosto, OmniConvert, run agencies, have an agency partner. There's a reason that we're talking about this in the context of marketing, e-commerce, D2C, right? And not brain surgery or things that are really, life or death situations. I think the lovely thing about what we do is that even though it's, it's people's livelihood and it's interesting and we enjoy it, it is not, it's my friends like to say it's PR, not the ER, right? It's, it's e-commerce, it's we're lucky to work in something like mildly frivolous. And so I think that's why we can have a bit more fun experimenting with these new technological tools, because at the end of the day, the worst thing you're going to do is accidentally, mess up a spreadsheet. Rather than anything seriously important. So it's good to have context when you're thinking about the scale and the importance and the big conversation about AI. We are just selling stuff online, guys.
All right, perfect. Then thank you so much for joining and being on the panel today. I have enjoyed my time a lot, and I hope you have as well. And we should do this more often. But we have to jump in the next session.
No worries. Thanks very much, guys. See ya, Agnostus.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, perfect. Then what I'm going to do right now is present you a little bit of our latest tool that we have developed, which is very nice and very fun. So the idea around Brand Feel, which is the tool that I am that we are launching right now, is we have noticed that around the internet, there are a lot of places where people leave reviews and where your reputation comes in. And what's the first step that you take when you try to create a retention strategy? You try to see where your issues are, what your customers are having problems with, and basically how to improve your product so that your customers will buy that product again or your other products. And we have developed brandfeel.ai, which is a AI powered tool that analyzes your reputation from around the internet and comes up with some pretty fun insights. I don't know if fun is the right word, but it's definitely something interesting to see here. So we've got the rating overview that this app sees from your This app sees from your Trustpilot reviews, Google, and so on. The distribution, it analyzes the sentiment that comes up often in those reviews, sorts them positive and negative based on what it finds, and will also analyze the Google Maps locations for stores that have also physical locations. Now, we analyze the reviews, the issues as well. So it's sort of like an NLP, like natural language processing type of AI, and identifies issues and overall sentiment associated with those issues. So you can kind of get a sense of what these people have problems with and where you can improve. We are also working on a benchmark for comparison to compare yourselves with other websites in your same niche or in the same city or stuff like that. And also we are going to come up with some very interesting insights around like Reddit, Quora, or other places on the internet that are not necessarily Trustpilot or your website. So if you want to join in, we have the waitlist is open and we are waiting for you here. And now, because I'm very sorry, Craig, I am a couple of minutes late with this, I am going to give you the stage. So all right, let me set everything up. Let's invite Craig on stage. Here we have him.
Hello.
All right. Hi, Craig. So the session that we are going to embark on today is for the, let's say, top management or management teams who are pushing their customers in the right direction when it comes to using AI in online. And to answer this directly, I do have the latest slides, but you can present them yourself in here as well. You would like me to do that or do?
No, I can present them. It's fine.
Perfect. Then we have a deal. All right. I'm going to let you get started and I will see you on the other side.
Sure. Right. Let me just share 1 second. So, should be sharing now. Is that all good? Yes. Let me get started. Welcome to my little talk. Hi, Nicola, and also Agnostis. I agree with you. It's a probabilistic predictive tool, right? But it can be incredibly useful if you know actually how it works with your tasks. That's why it's not human intelligence. It's a new kind of intelligence. It's not like us at all, and we should stop equating ourselves with it. Let me get started. A little promotional slide. You can get in touch with me. Let's end the self-promotion bit, because this talk is about a distillation of what I learned with a year working with product and experimentation teams using Gen and AI tools, and it was fascinating. So I want to share that with you. And the big conclusion I can tell you is that all the ways that you used to do stuff before are gone, right? Or they're on their way to being gone, or they're just started getting gone. The house is either on fire or it's totally burnt to a crisp. But AI is not coming for your jobs, it's coming for your tasks, because this is very highly task specific, this stuff, what it does and doesn't work with. And that's because of the way it works. But this is a red pill, blue pill moment for a lot of people. Some don't realize it. Some are still on the fence or anti-AI, but you're not going to hold this tide back. And it's akin to an industrial revolution of sorts. And so what do you do when that happens? Well, you either adapt or you die, to quote Darwin, right? But it's not hard to do, right? Getting to be good at this stuff is a matter of doing it often and practicing with your tasks and your domain expertise to figure out what works and what doesn't. And fear is an undercurrent here. This is the thing that holds a lot of people back from starting or experimenting in their work. It's also because their bosses don't give them permission or incentives to do this. So fear is an undercurrent to this whole talk today. But Ethan Mollick says here, you can become a world expert in your domain by just using AI a lot at the job tasks that you have in your context. And this is really important, right? You can become augmented, right? It's not about replacing you, it's about making you better. So is it a job killer? Well, yes and no. Did all the jobs disappear when PCs arrived on everyone's desks? I remember that. I'm old enough. No, it didn't. Did Lotus 123 enable people to run their businesses off a spreadsheet? No. Did it kill accountants? No. They're still around. They're doing different things. Did GUIs change absolutely everything? Of course they did, but people adapted to these changes in terms of their coding work. And when the web came along in the 90s, we embraced that and eventually e-commerce, and that changed tons of jobs too, right? They were very different afterwards. And if you didn't get with PC coding, or you didn't get with GUI coding, or you didn't get with web coding or coding for mobile and responsive, then there was simply less demand for you, right? This is what has happened already in our industry, and AI skills is just a continuation of these sorts of things to me. And this is a great one to think about. Most of your jobs did not exist before 1995, unless your title is CEO or begins with C, right? I used to be a network analyst. That's no longer a job. And a lot of these jobs are either very different or they do not exist at all anymore. And like the dot-com boom and how that changed retailing, AI is just a new normality. We have to get used to this stuff. We're not going to turn back the tide. But there is a massive problem that I have beef about here, because lots of companies are holding off investing or hiring, right? Like, why hire more people if, oh, it only takes 5 people to build an app? We'll just like fire 5 people, or we won't hire the extra staff that the team needs, because companies are pricing in expected cost savings into their future without actually knowing how they're going to bloody arrive there, right? And this is a mistake, because humans are your most important asset to get to that future, to adapt, not die, because the advantage in AI comes from those human skills that you have inside your company, which is needed to unlock the latent potential of AI. Without the humans, you fire all the humans, then you're just going to get garbage, right? This is the problem that people are not getting. But what about experimentation teams? Because I work with them a lot. I've had nearly 1,000 people through a workshop based on this book. It's completely free, download it. There's no catches, there's no course getting sold behind it or product wear, right? It's just a book with useful stuff that you can use to get stuff done. It also teaches you how to think using AI and how to check your results and have trust and faith in them. But we can see that experimentation teams are using this across the board through the entire life cycle, from research and discovery work all the way through to automating experiment and analysis and doing a fair bit of the coding work now. But this is highly task specific, as I mentioned before. There are lots of places that this can be used, but it can't do all of these things, and certainly not as well as a human in some cases. But there were 4 massive surprises that I had when working with these companies. And the first is to do with creativity. And all the resources are here. You can read up on them if you don't believe me. But I spent 2 days reading them, so you can do it too if you like. But what I can tell you is that most of the people listening to this, your creativity has been surpassed. Unless you're in the top 5% of most creative and idea filled people in the world, you're simply not as good as AI can be anymore to generate ideas given the same set of inputs, right? We're fallible as humans. We forget things. Oh yeah, oh, like I'm a CRO person. I should know that idea, but I didn't, right? And it reminded me. So The problem though is the AI, unlike humans, it doesn't have agency or an internal life. It doesn't have bills and rent to pay, and it depends on the assistance of a human, right? So integrating human feedback into a great deal of these tasks is crucial for maximizing AI's creative potential, right? So how do we do that? Well, in the workshop, I get people to ideate using a whole load of research data from customers themselves and then compare it to the AI output. And what they discovered was the best list is a combination of the two, where I, as a human, pick the best ideas out of the two lists that I know that can be built, that management will be happy about, that I've got a chance of running an experiment around, right? And so the dope list is not AI only or human only. It's the combination of the two using human judgment that is critical, because AI is wonderful for divergent thinking, right? For thinking outside of the box, going a bit wider, coming up with really creative solutions. So it can power the diversity and uniqueness of ideas that you have flowing into your experimentation program, but it will also help you a little bit with the prioritization and convergence. But ultimately, the convergence bit is a human bit, right? You use your wisdom, judgment, discernment, political knowledge, company knowledge of your colleagues, right, to make the calls on what is actually done here. So AI for divergence, humans for convergence. We make the call. Critical thinking also gets a huge boost here. I've discovered with teams that when they're using real data from customer problems, right, they understand these problems better, right? So then when they write a problem statement, this actually connects back to the research in a profound way, right? There's actually relevance between the two. That then means that people can also get help forming a decent hypothesis, which then translates into doing a decent experiment design. So what I'm seeing with teams is they're getting higher quality ideas out of the same raw data. They're connecting stuff deeply to customer problems. They're getting better hypotheses and experiments and results out of it, right? Which means better win rates. Number three is there's a skills boost here. Not only have we raised the ceiling of skills that people can reach, the skill level that they can reach, but we've raised the floor as well for new people coming in. It's faster to get employees up to speed as your highest performing people across a given task or role by augmenting people with AI, right? In simple terms, it narrows the skills gap across roles within your company. And that is an interesting thing all in itself. But velocity is the biggest thing. I have an example in this deck for you, but it's removing human meeting decision making delay from the core repeatable process of experimentation, right, to achieve velocity. And we've got a lot of delay right now, and AI is actually helping remove chunk after chunk of that and speeding up this core flywheel that Lucas Vermeer talked about. So some real examples of stuff that people are doing. These are AI generated product images. Simply insert the new bath next year, right? And redraw the image. So everything's painted in here. You can't tell they're AI images. They're incredibly good quality. And the company's even able to run an A/B test proving that it makes a significant difference if you have plants in the bathroom photos, right? You couldn't do that sort of stuff before. That's for sure, right? And it just makes this whole thing of creating the lifestyle imagery much faster and cheaper. And it's so easy to do now. The advances in image tools just over the last year have been phenomenal. You know, anyone using this stuff on a regular basis will have noticed this. If you haven't noticed it, where have you been? Um, Multi-site language translation using open source LLMs. It's really easy to do. A couple of LLMs is all you need. You can translate your ecom site on a continuous basis into many different languages, often to higher quality than commercial tools that cost several €100,000 a year. But call centers are getting optimized as well, just given the saves 5 or 10 minutes if you're It's saying connection lost. It's saying reconnected now. You can do automated call categorization and sentiment. There's contextual support for the agent to give helpful articles or information to the customer. You have pattern analysis and also being able to spot things, new problems you haven't had before as they crop up in real time. So this is massively changing the efficiency of call center operations. Even simple things like integrating LLM ideation into test repositories or backlogs, right? To have a look at an experiment or a series of experiments and suggest next steps and further ideas is, changing completely how those people use those tools. Here's a great example for you. I spotted this in LinkedIn today. A team of 2 people doing 30 to 40 tests a month. That's a lot to ship, right? Just 2 people. Most agencies that are around are doing 1 or 2 tests per person per head count, right, in a team. So how are these guys doing like 10 times this? And the answer is they're using LLMs and automation. GrepTile for code reviews, Playwright MCP for setting up the feature flagging, Codex for doing all the experiment cleanup afterwards, right? And all the experiment analysis is automated, right? They're just wiping the time out that flywheel, so their ideas get into test much faster than they are before, right? If you're not thinking about this level of efficiency, it's already here. It's just unevenly distributed across different companies. But back to what the huge freaking problem is that I'm really pissed off about, right? We know that a lot of employees are using AI as part of their workflows. We can see the usage statistics and the amount of time that people are spending, right? We also know that there are huge productivity gains, right? I've seen massive productivity gains. It varies per task, but all of us who've been using these tools see this great stuff, right? But so companies encourage their employees to use tools. They give them training, they give them access to GPT or some other corporate license, right? So it should all be tickety boo. So why are companies not reporting significant gains at an organizational level for this stuff? And the answer is because they fundamentally haven't changed the way that they work, right? They're still working with the old workflows, right? Just trying to AI them a bit, right? And individual level performance doesn't translate to organizational performance without all of these things that are under the water: the strategy, the investment, the experimentation and failure required, along with leadership, right? So you're not going to get this stuff until you actually change things, because no company, no matter what they tell you, what the agency or consultancy is, right? Nobody out there knows how best to use AI at your company. You do, right? Not even I know that. Nobody has a playbook right now for how to integrate AI into your workflows, right? You have that, nobody else, right? So no vendors or gurus are required, right? Even AI companies release new models without even knowing how people are going to use them, right? Why should it be any different here? Because nobody really knows your industry, your organization, your job tasks and context like you do. And that is the secret sauce. So, what do leadership have to do here? Well, AI is a leadership problem, right? Not anybody else's. And Duolingo and Shopify and others have sent this memo around like, oh, hey, we're down with like AI and isn't it a cool new future, right? But they're not telling employees what they actually need to know, right? They've missed out what does this new world look like that we're all going to, right? Apparently skipping along, right? Because what these memos actually say is use AI. Here's a license. Go faster. Use AI or else. It's in your performance reviews now. Do more work with less people, Craig, right? If you get 80% saving, we expect you to do 80% more work. And my favorite one, we are on a journey together with butterflies. But what about the psychology. This is the problem in this situation because workers are not motivated by hand clappy AI encouragement or giving them a GPT license. They want to know, how will our jobs change? Will you use AI to cut costs or grow the company? And is my job safe? Am I safe in this new world? Right? And most important of all, what is my reward or punishment for finding solutions? Will you just give me more work or fire the people in my team? Nobody knows because nobody's telling them. So Ethan Mollick sketches this out, and really AI success needs these three things: strategic direction from leadership, empowered teams that have freedom, capability to execute, and space and tooling and infrastructure to actually allow people to experiment, right? And he talks about three things: leadership, the crowd of people who are using AI tools who should be sharing stuff but aren't right now, and the lab, teams, cross-functional teams that are enabled to build prototype workflows and production solutions, right? But let's look at how eerily similar experimentation culture needed to be successful within organizations, and the parallels with this AI experimentation. The same stuff is true, right? The bits in bold are the only differences between what is needed for AI experimentation culture to flourish and what is needed for A/B testing experimentation culture to flourish. So the two are organizational and cultural challenges to me in a lot of cases, and this is where the mistake is being made. If you want a good memo to read what a good leader actually should be saying to their staff about usage of AI within the company, read this by Kazi Kozarkov. It's absolutely brilliant. It's what all of the other people should have been sending out, including Shopify. So, is it a job creator or a destroyer, right? Well, company A buys an AI tool, fires 5 people, cuts the cost, gets in a race to the bottom, loses out to nimbler competitors, and ends up effectively competing with AI only solutions or low human solutions, right? That's one choice. Company B invests in this stuff, improves the quality, finds higher value and margin, and is surfing a new industrial revolution whilst also competing on the quality of their outputs. And I'm not saying these are the two only choices. I'm just saying these are very stark ends that some companies are sitting at right now. And it shouldn't be like that. You all need to get down with this because it's about augmentation, not replacement. In order to be a good user researcher with AI, you need a good user researcher. AI is not a good user researcher on its own, and it lacks all of these things: judgment, discernment, wisdom, your experiential knowledge, and it can't do the final decision paths or be held accountable for this stuff. The convergence work I was talking about earlier on, right? That's where we are needed. AI needs humans to realize its full potential. So what do you do next? Well, you can have a fart around with the book, you can ask me about a workshop, but mainly what you should just go off and do is start playing with Lego. That's what this stuff is like. It's fun, except you're building the future of how you make and optimize products. Because you don't need any prompt engineering courses or any of this BS stuff floating around, right? Because where we are going, we're not going to need no stinking prompts. Thank you for your time today. Let me know if you have any questions. Deck and book link are there if you want either of them.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Craig. This was really nice, and I love how you talk.
Thank you.
Like I feel like people are understanding things much better because like the way you present it, it's absolutely amazing. So thank you so much for joining our session. I'm wondering, because we did not get any questions in the chat, I have a question. Like, if you were to give one piece of advice to owners, like things that you would wanted to hear yourself when you were younger or less experienced or stuff like that? What would you tell them? Like, what was
Advice
what is something? Oh,
to whom?
I'm making that question too long. To brand owners
Yeah.
or basically the people that are running the
Yeah,
show.
this is changing at a different rate, right? In order to understand the fractal edges of what is possible with these tools, that means continually experimenting with them. That means that what you can't make work this week might work next week, but you're not going to know if you're not if you don't have skin in the game. So the advice I would give would be to over index on staff, right? Who's going to run all this AI stuff inside your company? Your existing engineers? Are you kidding? They're already busy, right? So you have to over index on investment, staff, and resource in order to make the transition, right? Otherwise, you will be one of the companies that are left behind, still achieving the same throughput as humans did, but humans without AI. So you can be running your experiments the same way you used to and doing 1 or 2 per month per head, or you could be running 10 times that much, right? And then it becomes much more about the quality of ideas that go into this stuff. The execution becomes a lot simpler. It's not removing humans, it's allowing humans to run 10 times as many tests as they could before. So over-index,
All right. Thank you so much.
over-invest. Otherwise, you'll be like a horse and carriage company when motor cars come out, right? There were very few horse and carriage companies survived the transition to the motor car. Don't be one of them.
Yeah, that's very true. I feel like during this session today that has been going on for 4 hours now, there have been some recurring topics, and one of them is definitely look at what's new, don't have a closed mindset, and always be open to explore and test out new ideas. Yeah, because, and I feel like this is we are, most of us are sometimes getting stuck in our old ways, because they always have brought us success, if they brought us success. If not, we are always trying new things and testing around and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
there's one point
So,
just to mention when people were talking earlier on about user research or raw text. I think
mhm.
there's an article that I'll share with you, but basically LLMs don't encode text data like humans do, right? If we think about how we analyze large lumps of text, LLMs are doing it in a fundamentally different way and not the same way that a UX researcher would actually do it. And you need to understand that before you start querying text, hoping to get amazing insights out of it, because it doesn't work the way that you probably think it does, right? So this is where the experimentation comes in. You will realize where it is and isn't working. And it doesn't do everything magically. You have to figure this out. And there's only one way to do that: get on the bike.
yeah, I totally agree. All right. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else that you would like to say to our audience?
No, keep up the good work, and it's a cultural issue. I think the same thing has happened with experimentation. So I think we need to be pushing companies to change what leadership do. Leadership, very few of people that I know in leadership are actually talking about how they use AI, right? And that sets something important to all employees. If you say, yeah, we're using it for our board meetings, but it's terrible, right? It gets all the words wrong and like the summaries aren't very good, right? What you're saying to people is, hey, it's okay to fail and experiment with this stuff. Look, they're trying it out for their board meetings, right? Oh, we should give it a go too. You're kind of saying, I'm in this too, right? I'm also playing with AI tools, and that implicitly sets permission for people to experiment with themselves, knowing that there isn't a punishment for failing or trying, right? And that's what experimentation's all about.
Yeah, that's right. I feel like we are the good leaders are pushing their employees and people around them in the good direction, and this is where you find out who is a good leader and who's just the boss. You know.
Set them free. Please set your employees free to rewire your company using AI. That is how to do it.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Craig. We are at the end of our session. I will see you, Craig, around here. If people want to find you, what's the best way to do that?
Find me on LinkedIn. Just message me.
Yeah, that sounds perfect. All right. Well, this is the end of the session. I hope everyone enjoyed it because I definitely did. I plan on doing this much often, and I hope everyone will stick around for that as well. And now that the sun is almost down and I can barely see my face in the screen, I can thank you all for staying here for 4 hours and 11 minutes because I still see people online. Thank you for asking questions. I will be sending out a survey to see how well we performed because we are big fans of surveys. We implement that to our customers, and obviously we want to assess how we've been doing. And yeah, now I can finally let my cat in my room because he's been meowing at my door for 2 hours. All right, I will see you around. Bye.